Alright, I'm here. Hello. Hello, Compensable. Shogun, Zion Knight. End Death. They got End Death. Hello. Hello, Alan. Hello, Icy. Hello, Jedi. I think that's Alan again. Hello, Heartbound. Hello, Jared. Lux, Philo, Sleepnia. Rezual. Rezual? If I didn't say your name right, feel free to correct me. Ali Cats. Hello, Berg. Hello, Why Try. What the hell is this loading screen? It's something I used to do on Twitch. I mean, not used to, I still do. But basically, when you type in Twitch chat, it just pops up on screen. I actually don't know if I can make YouTube pop up. That'd be cool if I could. Hello, Autosen. Hello. Let me remember. I can't remember. Cloven. Something like that. Hello, welcome. Are we sacking today? Well, I fucking hope so. Managed to finish your spark today. Congratulations. Alu, hello, Linz. Everyone says that, but I don't know how to say it myself. Why did you do this? Was it just to make streamers suffer? Resol? Anyways, let's switch on over. Let's switch on over to here. I don't know. I see. White Try's on a 70 streak. Wows. Let me just do this. Yo, I got recommended your 3% Spark video for Mirren on YouTube. Oh, yeah, that wasn't great. That was not great. That reminds me, I don't think I ever uploaded my Volfrid Spark separately. I probably should. Anyways, who should I make my home screen? Kubiso. Not the Mirren Spark. At least Mirren was useful. Yeah, I had a very specific reason for doing it. But yeah, never Spark on 3%. Can we start gambling immediately? No. Instead, I'm doing my Skyleap dailies. You guys love watching me do Skyleap dailies, right? Never mind the fact that you can't even see what I'm doing. You did your Spark have a new Fate episode entering your top 3? Really? May I ask who? Alright, Skyleap done. Into Daily Repair. Game really wants you to build a fire CA team. Also, I don't even know if I'm pulling on this banner. I think pulling on this banner depends on how many rolls I get. Robomi's side story punched me in the gut. Thank you for the follow. Your fellow Pinoy doesn't gamble. Oh, Octavia's, I see. Can we explode Maki? I'm new here, I just watched your beginner guide. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. The Robomi series is... There's a lot of lore in the Robomi series too. Which is not something I expected. Maki Cheetah Pion pretends to be a gambler and does realist. I didn't know he was doing realist. I give you my today's luck. 3 pulls away from Spark, can't decide between Gabriel or Europa. I have Octavian Paler. I would suggest Gabriel between those two. I think Gabriel is a little higher value. We got bingo. Wait. We out. Getting our way to Christina. Next. Co-op missions. Stage 1 hard. How many Octavia weapons are used? 2. Up to 2. Okay, I lied. Maybe 3, but 99.999999% of the time 2. Check advanced grids. I updated it. Look, all updated. No, I needed to actually do this here as well. There we go. Outside of Hrisvelga, is 2 Octavia weapons viable? Depends on what you're doing. I mean, Deathstrike is just a very good mod, but there is also a reason why the weapon is not here and instead it's here. And it's because Mana Diver Echo Key clashes with it. So if you're doing some sort of Mana Diver burst, then you get less value from this. And then if you're also doing some sort of full auto where you bring Haselia to the front, then Haselia also clashes with it. So it is mainly a burst-centric weapon at the moment, but it does have use even in Mana Diver teams. Outside of her spell, oh wait, no, I answered that. I might do another spark on the next banner to get your second one. 100 pulls tomorrow is for a different banner. Yes, correct. So today, if you want to spark today, assuming you've used your free pulls, you have to spark. You have to spark, like, there's no more roulette free pulls if you've used today's ones. I guess that second Bride Keeper is here to stay. Yes. In fact, what I've been told is that you drop the Octavia weapon before you drop the Ilsa weapon. At least on Hrisvelga. The supplemental is way too valuable, which, you know, makes sense because there's so many hits, right? Hello, PPU. For Hrisvelga, the first Octavia copy is very important just to get the supplemental, just to get the echo, sorry. But yeah. Perma sub is fun. Oh, you're just permanently subbing Halamel, that's sort of fun, yeah. How much value is there from the second Ilsa? I was thinking of tixing Ilsa, but not sure if it's worth when I only have the one. Wait, so you're tixing the first copy or the second copy? If you're wondering, hey, is one still worth it? You got to start somewhere at the end of the day. And the thing is, the first copy of Ilsa comes with Ilsa, which is a very important character for Hrisvelga. So yeah. Is leaving unboosted dopers at 200 for falsehood fine? Would I be missing the 239? Honestly, I think like for falsehood, you're mainly missing the Ogi at 250. But I understand 250 is a big investment. So until you have other things, like until you have like no other things to do, yes, leaving it at 200 is fine. Hi, is Apollonia Summer worth getting if she's the only one I'm missing? Like, are you at your spark and you're deciding your spark, or are you deciding whether to spark? Because my answer will change depending on the situation. Are you at 300 pulls already, or are you deciding whether to get to 300 pulls? I'm deciding whether or not to spark for her because today's roulette gave you the exact number to spark. Okay, so you're at 300 pulls. That means. In general, I do recommend getting the seasonal characters over grand characters because seasonal characters are just harder to get. Right? And Apollonia in this case is not a bad character. In fact, I think she's a pretty decent character. So I would personally suggest Apollonia, but without knowing what other grands you're missing, it's hard to like give a full analysis here. Like there are plenty of really good grand characters too, right? So I'm assuming you're not primal in any element or anything like that as well. So based on the information that I have, and you're at 300 pulls, then yeah, I would lean towards the seasonal character. At the same time, the recommendation said to decide which Flash Gala to do my free pulls on. Yes. Wait, sorry, so you're not at 300 pulls then? Does the number here say 300? Or are you saying it will be 300 after you spend your roulette and your own pulls? Have you already rolled on the banner yourself, Blue Ink? Or have you only used free pulls so far? Do you have to use Soldier with Hrsfelga? Farming bullets is a pain. I think if you're going to buy Hrsfelga, you should commit to farming Soldier. Like you're buying the best weapon in the game and you're really going to give up not playing the best class with the weapon? That feels very foolish to me. Like at that point, I would just say don't bother getting the weapon, right? Strawberry, 135 streak. May I ask what platform you play? I'm playing on browser, I'm on Edge. But my game looks like this on Steam as well. In fact, Steam is actually slightly faster. Is it safe to spark today? If you're sparking this banner, yes, it is safe to spark. If you are sparking next banner, then wait and hold your free pulls. But yeah, Blue Ink, if you're still there, please let me know. Because I don't think I understand your situation at the moment. I need to know information like how many rolls you are on right now, like what this number here says. I need to know whether you have already spent any crystals or draw tickets on the banner. So anything that isn't roulette, I need to know if you've spent anything. And then, yeah, that's pretty much the main things I need to know. I tried for Zusia. She kicked my ass. Is the next banner later tonight another grand flash with different units? It is a flash gala with no new units. So all the grands are sparkable, but the summer characters will not be. You're at 270. Roulette gave you 30. Finish your spark. Yes, finish your spark. Hello, Fox. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, you're at 270. You've already done a lot of pulls. Finish your spark. You don't give up a spark at 270. At 270 pulls, you finish the spark, yes. Yeah, if you're at 270, you've already committed to sparking. Exactly. 270 is way past the point of no return. You are sparking at that point. If you have the means to, and you have the means to with roulette. So finish the spark and grab either Apollonia or a grand character if you don't like Apollonia. I'm assuming you're a relatively new player Blue Ink. Apollonia is a great character. And like I said, I always recommend the seasonal characters because they're much harder to get compared to regular grand characters. But if you don't really like Apollonia, like if you don't like how she looks or whatever, and someone else and you want to look at someone else, I do have that list there that you can have a look at. But like I said, I would personally pick Apollonia in your position, assuming you don't get her in the next 30 pulls. Use it gets consumed. So Pity doesn't carry between banners in Grambler. So if you pull 270 and you don't spark, then that 270 pulls is wasted. Or the 270 Pity is wasted, I should say, sorry. If you spend... Oh, no, you're talking about bullets. Okay. You spend a gold brick on a bullet and you use it, that's it. No, bullets, unlike the real world, do not get consumed when you use them. You have it permanently on your account. You unlock it once. Do you have a noteworthy water character worth sparking, as I'm using Yamato for faded chain shenanigans? On the current banner, Gabriel's very good if you don't have her. I would say Gabriel's one of the best characters on the banner. Mr. Streamer, do you think 70 pulls is worth for Apollonia? You need to decide that for yourself. Because this is likely new whaling or opening yourself up for future whaling. So I don't know. It depends. I think the character's solid. I don't think she's anything super duper meta. But like, yeah, I think that, like I said, if I'm at a position where I'm sparking and I don't have, if I have 2 Octavias and I don't have Apollonia, I'm picking Apollonia, right? But if I wasn't a primal player, then I would be picking Apollonia as well. Have we done roulette pulls yet? No. No, we have not. Class time, bye-bye. Good luck with roulette. Bye, Fluttering. I'm confused. Is the Flash Gala already known ahead? Or we just fuck it, we roll? So in general, we don't know future banners, but in this case, we do know. And we know that the next Flash Gala is no new characters. Because that's how it always works. Hello, what's the best raid? Raid? There's only one place, which is Akasha. But as for what quest, you can also farm it in Angel Halo. Angel Halo is better for specific silver relics. And if you just want silver relics in general, Akasha's better. Hello, Ice Sand. But Blue Ink, honestly, none of this matters for you. You're at 270 pulls. You finished the spark. Like, it doesn't matter if we know the next banner or not. You're at 270. You've already committed a lot of rolls on this banner, and you have the means to finish the spark. Then you finish the spark. Right? Every Granblue player will tell you that if you can finish a spark at 270, you do. Right? Like, nobody on Earth here would be like, don't finish the spark. Your pity doesn't carry over. Like, there's no point in wasting 270 pity when you're that close. Is it likely a new Grand to be released? Nobody knows. Unlikely, in my opinion, but there's no confirmation either way. Do we know what characters will be sparkable in Flash 2? Yes, all the Flash Grands. Every Flash Gala has the Flash Grand sparkable. Without question. Always Flash Grands are sparkable on Flash Gala. If I have 160 sparks, would it be worth it to bringing it to 300? What do you want from the banner? It's better to spark this banner if you want the summer characters. It's better to spark next gala, like the next banner, if you just want a flash grand. Gold bar, ha 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 ha. That's a gold bar. Fuck you. Spire, friendly reminder that no gacha pulls are allowed in chat. But congratulations. Have I missed roulette? No, you've not missed roulette. I always wait, usually like an hour or so before I do roulette, just to give everybody a chance to get in and watch. Is Clockwork an auto slot for water grids? I think for many grids, yes. But water also has a lot of A-sided things that they tend to use. So in those situations, the answer might be no. Rattle trap. I have 150 pulls to spark for Apollonia, but I also want Sanshina. Who do you think is more worth getting? Apollonia is harder to get, but Sanshina also has a time limit, because if you don't get her by the end of the year, then you're donezo, right? So who do you want more? Is it better to spark for a Zodiac or Grand character? Zodiac characters are in general harder to get. So without considering the power of the character, Zodiacs are more limited. So I would get the Zodiac. But there is a big variable here, which is how strong the character is, which you also have to consider. I want both Volfred and Yukata Alaya. Should I spark Volfred on leg part 1 and Alaya part 2? Or both on part 2? What would be the finish the point from free pulls? I think this comes down to how much you want to gamble, because ideally, right? Ideally what happens is you pull on the Alaya banner and you get Alaya because she's rate up, and then you get to spark Volfred at the end. But there is also a chance you get to the end of the spark and then you don't get Alaya. And then you have to spark twice for Volfred and Alaya. The safer approach is sparking leg part 1 on discount and getting Volfred there, and then sparking Alaya on the next banner. That is the safer approach. But if you want to gamble, then you just go for both on one spark on the Alaya banner, with the understanding that you might have to do 2 sparks. I do 100 mil DPT phase 1. Is that enough to keep moving? Yeah, that's fine. 100 mil is like a solid point for DPT. Watch you for some time, never knew that. No, it's all good, it's all good. How much of a gap is having or not having Vesusia? I have illustrious weapons and I want to contemplate a Seer ticket after roulette. Thoughts? There are some setups where Vesusia seems very good, but I think until you come across those setups and you actually really want to do it, there's no point in Seer ticketing and stoning it. Like, for example, Vesusia's been out for 3 months. I have not stoned my Vesusia. I will eventually Stonewave Vesusia when I see a setup I really want to do. And I have some setups in mind, but I suggest the same thing for you. When you have setups you actually really want to do, then that's when you consider doing it. But 0 tickets are very, very hard to come by, right? 150 moons is hard to come by. So you have to weigh up how much you'll get use out of the summon before you potentially pull a dupe as well. And whether you're okay pulling a dupe of something you 0 ticketed. Because like I know some people who would never 0 ticket a summon, a Providence summon, because you can pull it at any time. And it feels bad if that happens. Right? Other people don't care. They just want the summon. So they don't care that you might pull a dupe. They're okay with that fact. But other people, they might be less okay with that. So you have to determine where you are on that scale too. Hello, Salem. I want to ask for a Spark recommendation. Got 3 of the raid ups. Should I get Archangels? I have Percy, Zeta, Pela, Octavia, Lamarok, Noir, Horus, Nehan. I think out of the Flash Grants, so I have a newbie Spark list. Right, you can check that list. But on that list, I rate Gabriel quite highly. And she is on Flash. And she is one of the Archangels. So I think that fits all your criteria there. But other Flash Grants that are here include Bijah, Orologia. I think Cosmos is also Flash, right? Yeah, so there's a couple other ones here too, which are also Flash. With Water Gilbert coming up, I think you might like Gabriel. Something to consider there. If you're at 150, today's roulette, is it better to spark tomorrow? Because tomorrow will be 100 plus today's spark if you don't use it, plus day after tomorrow, which can range from 120 to 160. On average, it's 20 pulls a day, so 100 plus 2 days, so 140, right? Is average. And if you're at 150 plus today, so 140 average next banner, and you're at 150 already. So that means you have a bigger discount on this banner. Mr. Streamer, Octavia, Yatima, Sylvia, which one is the most relevant in Mastery Trials Hexa and Far Zero? Are you Magna? We get 3 days. Wait, did I math wrong? Let me confirm that info. No. I was right. You get 100 guaranteed on the 20th. You have today's pulls, which you already know, and then you have the 21st's pulls, which is again on average 20. I don't know how many pulls you got today, but it'll be 100 plus 20, so 120 plus whatever you got today is what you would get on average. Also, today's the 19th, not the 18th. I will always talk in Japan Standard Time because the game uses Japan Standard Time. You can do Ogi setups in all 3 of those, and Sylvia is the Ogi character there, so I would say Sylvia. Personally. But Yatima also works in both. Just as an FYI. But yeah, Octavia would not be the pick for those particular 3 raids, or at least she won't enable like an easy setup for you to do. Hello on Advanced Grid, Zeus. I was wondering how troublesome it is to not have the second canine. Is it replaceable? You can replace it with whatever other raw damage weapon you have, but eventually you want to get your hands on it. If you're considering whether to invest into Zeus, as always, I do not recommend investing into a primal element until you have everything. Is Exo like upgrades of Xeno weapons? They're not upgrades because like you don't upgrade one into the other, but Exo weapons like Xeno weapons are event weapons and they're very strong. Xeno weapons aren't event weapons anymore, but they used to be. I was primal before canines. Yeah, in that case, you can use whatever you were using before. It's just that canines are better, right? So you should plan out some sparks on how to get the canines. And like canines are available right now, or next banner, so you can consider sparking on the discounted banners to get a canine, to get the second one. Yatima Gabriel. You don't have Europa. Acelia Sylvia Chichiri. But Gabriel would single-handedly solve your guild war. Yatima's going to be more useful for the longer guild war teams. I don't know what difficulty in guild war you commonly do. Like if you do like NM 150 or if you do 250 or whatever, but very likely Yatima's going to be in the high difficulties and Gabriel's going to be in anything lower. Overall, I think Gabriel is a more generally useful character than Yatima. So I would say Gabriel, but yeah, it's not like Yatima's a bad character by any means, right? Oh, you got your first canine already, I see. Yeah. Now, like for the second one, obviously you want it at some point, but it's more damage, right? So you just put in a weapon that does less damage for now. Okay, that's done. Let's go to now we've done that. Let's do Desire for Botan. Your luck is so bad. You have 200 and no rate up characters, I see. Unfortunate. Don't discuss draws or salt. No, that sort of thing is fine. Just saying specifically what you got is usually what causes salt. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to talk about spark advice and things like that either. Hi, what class are you using for your dailies? Looks pretty comfortable. Depends on the team. I always change. This one here is Mana Diver. Hello, rest mode. Looks like people stopped caring about Makutan. Well, yeah, the extra drops on Makutan are gone, so yeah. I don't have Lamara, Katura, Metera, Galleon. This raid is such a pain. Get help from other people. You don't have to solo it. And sometimes clearing your own host might take too long. That's when you join other people's hosts. Is Fallen Sword for Primal a big upgrade of a Parazonium? If I don't have Fallen Sword. If your Parazonium's already barred, I would use it, but I wouldn't bar your Parazonium to replace the Fallen Sword. Hello, Rest. How am I doing today? I'm doing okay. I wasted my voice in the morning for no reason, trying to record a video. And then I realized I needed to fucking script it out because I was talking in circles like 10 times. Went around in a circle like so many times. And I was like, this is so fucking bad. I'm just gonna script it out, so yeah. I was wondering why you sound drained. I'm not necessarily tired, but my voice is already scratchy, which it shouldn't be at this time of day. Yep, yeah. What's the video? Classes. Working on a class video. What option can I use if I don't have Celestial Weapons on Wiki Advanced Grids? It's been mentioned many times. Celestial Weapon is sort of an all-rounder weapon that gives attack and defense and some damage cap as well, right? So it's generally just a good slot. You have to determine which part of those stats matters to you the most. Is it the damage cap? Is it just the raw damage? Or is it the HP? And then put in a weapon that does that. So let's pretend you're on wind and you want a weapon that gives damage and damage cap. Well, the M3 gun does that too. So you can do that. But if you need HP, then you'll have to look at elsewhere, right? So adjust based on what it's doing in the team. And if you're not sure what it is, then the only way to find out is to test. I'm having a hard time figuring out Luminera EX. From reading the wiki, it seems that debuffing it makes it stronger. Does that mean I need to find a team that doesn't debuff at all? Luminera EX. Sorry, I don't understand. Which raid is that? Well, I do an EMP guide. I don't think there really needs to be one. I'll be honest, but perhaps I can do something short. Are you talking about this raid? Which one? Extreme. No, you have to dispel this. So you have to dispel, otherwise the boss takes no damage. If you read this, it says, hey, the boss just takes 90% less damage. And the only way to get rid of this is to dispel. So you have to trigger Aegis Unmerge. And to trigger Aegis Unmerge, you have to dispel. So bring something that dispels. That's how that works. Is there any SSR draw weapons that I can safely reduce, or do I keep all SSR draw weapons just in case? Honestly, like 90% of SSR draw weapons from the gacha, you can reduce, But it is way too involved for me to go into all of these and say, hey, this one's okay, because there's like 10,000 weapons in the game, right? So you should just keep all of them as a general rule of thumb. And I even keep all of them despite knowing some of these are real stinkers that I'll never use, right? In general, you should just not be reducing gacha weapons. Like, there's so many weapons here that I know are completely awful and that I can reduce them. But in general, you should be keeping them, especially when you're new and you don't know what you're doing. The chances of you... basically, the upside and the downside is way too massive. The upside is you save a little bit of farm, and the downside is you lose a weapon that's really important that you need in the future, and that you can't just get back easily. So yeah, in general, just keep your gacha weapons. Do you think it's worth to use a zero ticket? Entirely depends on what you're getting with the zero ticket. And it also entirely depends on whether you have 150 moons to just blow on it. But the zero ticket's one of the most powerful tickets in the game. So is it worth using one if you have one? Of course. It depends on what you use it on, but yes. It's not something you should use or buy lightly though. I want to ask, if I only have 3 bars to weapon, should I bar Ilsa, Yatima, or Octavia? I have Hrisvelga. My advice is to get more bars. There's not really going to be any meaningful advice here when nobody is using these weapons one by one. Right? Like you sort of want them. You have them and you're clearly like, you have Hrisvelga, so you're clearly primal if you're considering barring these. My advice is to get the bars. Would you explain your stash logic? Basically gacha weapons and then farmable weapons that I'm not currently using. In very, very simple terms. Oh, and eternal weapons separately. Before I knew anything, I smelted Zoe weapon. Yeah, don't make that mistake, chat. Like I said, the upside is so small and the downside is so massive that you should just be keeping all your gacha weapons. Classic 1 gacha weapons are basically garbage though. Isn't Altair Classic 1? So yeah, that's already wrong advice. So that is already wrong. So no, that is not the case. See, this is why we don't generalize information like this. And that's why I'm not getting into specifics, right? So yeah, in general, just don't leave your gacha weapons. Be patient, just leave them. Trust me, it's gonna save you more. It's gonna save you headaches in the future. A few times I've used Sierra tickets on grand characters because I was bored and I wanted the characters. Was it worth it? I mean, you've already done them, so it's a moot point, right? But was it worth it? Absolutely not. Grand characters are available anytime you pull on the gacha because you should only be pulling on the gacha on 6% galas, and grand characters are always on galas. But like for you, you said you wanted to play the game and you were bored with the game, right? So like ultimately the game is how you decide to play it. But would I ever recommend anybody Sierra ticket a grand character? Absolutely not. I think that is a horrendous use of a Sierra ticket. Like I said, it's one of the most powerful tickets in the game. I would not ticket something that is always on the banner when I'm pulling on the gacha. Are there any cases from past where they buffed weapons? Yeah, they have. Generally grand weapons and things like that, but yeah, they have buffed weapons in the past. Investing in Dainsleif in 2026. Are you making fun of Dainsleif? It's a niche weapon, but it's used for a reason. Like if you're trying to defend your classic 1 comments, I'm sorry. Like I don't know what to say. You were just misinformed. The weapon is used. It's a niche weapon, but it's used. Would you spark Flash for Octavia or spark Leg for Mikael? First scale plus backline passive. I think Octavia is a much stronger character than Mikael. But I also don't know how much you care about your fire and how much you care about single-sided things, which is where the backline aura comes into effect. I personally think sparking a character that you can actually use is much more impactful and fun than sparking a backline sub-aura. So my recommendation would be Octavia, but yeah, there's a couple other factors to consider here. Is it okay to zero ticket a grand fire dude who gives free turns? You're talking about Percival, and no, for the exact same reasons I mentioned before. Chat, zero tickets are incredibly, incredibly expensive purchases, and you should not be using them on things that are readily available on the gacha. Think about it. When you pull on the gacha, you are always pulling on a 6% banner, because who pulls on 3% when 6% exists, right? Which means that you're always pulling on Gala, and a Gala banner always has grand characters. Which means, therefore, whenever you pull on the gacha, grand characters are always there. Why would you zero ticket something that you can get every month? It makes no sense. There's no logical sense there. The only way to justify this is if you don't know enough about the game. I know this might be a little toxic or a little blunt to say, but the only people who will ever recommend using a zero ticket on a grand are people who actually don't know enough about the game to be giving that advice. So yeah, no, you should not be using a zero ticket until you know what you are doing in the game and you understand the worth of gold moons. Resilient said, I think we should lock zero tickets until you're rank capped. That's like, I don't disagree with that. That's how big of a decision it should be, and that's how much perspective you should have when deciding what to zero ticket. So like if you've already zero ticket grands and whatever, like I said, this is sort of a moot point. You've already done it, right? All you can do is be happy with this decision you made at the time, right? But I'm here to give you guys proper and good information. And if you're asking me, is it good to zero ticket a grand? The answer is always no. Doesn't matter who it is always no. There is no buts, there is no ifs, it is always no. You just got to spark for the spanner. Should I go for Yatima or Sylvia? Both characters are very good. Both characters are used for very different contexts. I think it's up to you. Sylvia tends to be used in more charge attack based teams, whereas Yatima is used for normal attack or sort of like just regular full auto teams. I'm not talking about their manual usage at the moment, but they both have manual teams as well for high difficulty content. If you really like charge attack teams, you can go Sylvia. Otherwise, if you like regular full auto teams, then you can go Yatima. In a Guild Wars sense, I think Yatima will be quite useful because of the debuff resistance she provides in longer full autos, but I'm not sure if that's relevant for you, because longer full autos tend to only be a thing in the highest difficulties in Guild War. And I'm not sure if you're ready to do that yet. Hi, new player here. Just wanted to drop by and say your guides have been super useful. Thank you for watching them. Thank you for watching them. To put into perspective, average luck for Spark is 18 SSRs. This means 1 0 costs you 8 Sparks. That is actually wrong, because you're assuming that all SSRs you get are moons, and you're also assuming all SSRs you get are characters as well. It could be summons. You get a lot less than that in reality in a Spark. So it costs more than that. It's not just 150 divided by 18. So it's even worse, basically. Who should I uncap first? Bubs or Vesusia? I think Bubs is more easier to use because it doesn't really have a strict condition that you need to do. Whereas Vesusia is more powerful if you are able to fulfill the condition. Either way, you should not be uncapping anything right now during roulette. Both are great summons. Is Siete Yukata used in anything? Mostly full auto. I want to get him if he comes any of these banners, but don't know if it'll be a waste, even though he is a favorite of mine. If he's a favorite of yours and you aren't adverse to spending money, I would recommend just using not a Seer ticket, dear lord, using an anniversary ticket on him. And you really just want the character. It's not something I'd recommend unless it's a favorite character of yours, but mainly just full auto. I don't recommend sparking him because he would only be sparkable on a 3% banner. But you can also hope for roulette. You can hope that he drops during roulette and that he comes to you in free pulls. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is it worth sparking Apollo over any Grand? I was thinking Haumel or Gabriel. So in a vacuum, I think Gabriel is a stronger character than Apollo, but Apollo is much harder to get than Gabriel. Because she's a seasonal character. And Apollo isn't a bad character by any means as well. I think she's quite decent. So... difficult decision. Gabriel is undoubtedly better though. So... I think it's up to you. Something that's more hard to get or something that is better. I wouldn't blame you either way. There are plenty of times where I've sparked the seasonal character over the quote-unquote better character, just because they're more difficult to get. Is Nehan good? I saw him have a high rating, but he can make my team 1500 max HP. Nehan is a character that is very good, but is in general maybe slightly harder to use for newer players. Yeah, you can turn off his skill 3 if you find that it's killing you a lot. Like, as in, like, don't use his third skill. Hey DY, what does Blitz Raid count skill-wise on the Relic Bust? I'm trying to use it to stack Summer Raziel. So Blitz Raid is a red damage skill, but Raziel doesn't actually count 0 cooldown skills for her passive. And in fact, whenever any character has a similar passive like that, 0 cooldown skills don't work. So yeah, Blitz Rate is a red damage skill. So it counts for her initial passive, but if you're talking about the bit where Raziel says, hey, it raises her stack whenever a couple red skills are used, it won't apply for that part. So it does apply for at battle start, this one. but it does not count for every 3 damage skills used, wherever that is. Or is it? For every 3 damage skills used. It doesn't count for that. So it counts for battle start, but not the 3 damage skills used. Yeah. But things that like say, hey, click this amount of skills, 0 turn cooldown skills don't count. No mechanics count 0 turn. Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, you could just cheese it. And they don't want that. Good morning. What best spark if I buy all step up birthdays? I want to boost up my dark and I don't have pain and suffering. I don't have Orologia. Can you help me choosing what to spark? I recommend waiting till the last day of the availability period before you decide, because we do have free pulls. But Coco, I do have a newbie spark priority list that you can have a look at. And then you can look in the dark column to see what you should get. As for the anniversary ticket, which is called the 12th birthday special draw, right? This one, the 12th birthday draw set, this one. This one is different, and you should be checking my anniversary ticket video instead. I have a link here. JJ, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had fun playing today. But there's that there for this particular draw set. You can take a look there. Truths and Falsehood says, how cooked is wind compared to other elements? I pulled a lot and they happen to be super high tier wind. I want to invest into them, but I heard wind's mediocre. Can you tell me where you're hearing this? I just want to know. I just want to know, and then I want to throw hands a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know who the fuck's saying this. You're not the first person I've heard this from. Right? This is something I've heard so many different places. I don't know where people are getting this info from. I actually don't know. No element in the game is in a weak spot or anything like that. So just to alleviate a bit of, I guess, fear about investing into a bad element, that's just not the case. The game is designed, firstly, that you have to build all 6 elements. So let's pretend wind was bad. You have to build it anyways, right? But the truth of the matter is that wind isn't even bad. That's also not even true. So yeah, exactly. Comparing elements against one another is an irrelevant exercise, because there is no place where you're pitting these elements together in the first place. So yeah, I don't know. He wants to know. He's going to put them in the dirt. But yeah, like I'm honestly a little baffled how many times I've heard this. And it's not like random elements, it's just wind. So like there is clearly some document or some Reddit thread or some content creator, or there's clearly something out there pointing to wind and saying it's bad. But I don't know where it is. Most neglected element of the year. That doesn't mean worse though. Thank you. My Annie ticket was Katura Summer. Also, my friend says if I want to use and buy that thing, I must wait until the end of March. Yes, you should. You should. You should. That was good advice by your friend. I agree. Good one. I feel like it's because they're getting mediocre grands recently. Sure, they're not on Octavia level, but let's not pretend that they're bad characters either. And at the end of the day, for a new player, they're all great characters. Like, I'm sure if some of you guys have Metera or Volfrid, I'll say this again, like, they're probably carrying the fuck out of you. What are your current goals in the game? My current goals in the game is to finish farming odious weapons. I also want to prepare sparks for future banners where I want to get some some things from them, basically. I won't go into details because it's too granular, but yeah, things like that. I have finished farming Vesusia, so I don't really need to do Vesusia, but I have a lot of teams and setups that I want to test. And we have Water Guild War very soon, so that will be a lot of things to try out then. I saw some discussions on Twitter. OP was saying top teams of wind are never as busted as other elements can be. No. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, but no. Once again, comparing elements is an exercise in futility because nowhere are you actually using these elements against one another. We're not talking about PBHL chat. If anybody says actually DY PBHL, I'm gonna fucking lose it. Anyways, yeah, comparing elements against one another is an exercise in futility in the first place. So you shouldn't be actually doing that. And at the end of the day, you're going to need every single element to do all the content in the game. So yeah, you can't just build one element and go through the entire game with that element. That's not to say you can't focus on elements. That's what I do. But yeah. Like, take it from me, I guess, who is heavily invested into wind. I guess you can see that as, hey, he's biased and he's coping that the element is good. But like, when me and plenty of other experienced players probably tell you that, hey, that's not how you should be looking at the game even in the first place, and also wind is not in a bad spot, then I hope that holds some amount of weight to it. There's a 10-year-old Reddit post that pops up, I see. Now, but it looks like there's some conversation on Twitter, which is not a place I really go to for Granblue meta advice, I'll be honest. Or at least not meta discussions. I go there for setups, but yeah. Let me see. Opinions on Summer Eustace. The tier list hasn't updated yet. The character? We have Reverie here. Reverie, what's your thoughts on the character? Is Earth Relic Buster the best option for the Exo Raid MC-wise? Or is it one of the case-by-case basis? I think for you, Relic Buster is going to be one of the better ones because you will be using Engage Augments, which is Relic Buster's first skill. You can use Tactical Shield if you need it, if you need the defense, and then you can use Limit Burst. And Limit Burst gives your entire team full charge bar. And then with that, you can click Lyria's S1, which gives MC and Lyria double charge attacks, and then you can sort of do a big burst of damage in one turn. So I think that'll be useful. Relic Buster will often be your best burst classed, burst in quotation marks, because of that Engage Augments Limit Burst combination. Yeah, Fox is like Cajun has something there for you. Echo says meh. Okay, yeah, so am I correct in understanding that Eustace is an option for CA teams, but currently it doesn't look like he is the best option? Is that a fair way to describe Eustace? He's okay, maybe he will be good somewhere. He does have the one tech property of MC, charge bar gain, but right now he's awkward to make work. There we go. I trust Echo here for fire advice, and they're much more knowledgeable in fire than I am, so I would take them for their word. What is your opinion on people saying that Illustrious is fine to take in Magna setups? I don't really have an opinion. It is fine. It is fine, but like with any Gold Moon investment, I think you should be very well aware of what you're doing before you make that investment. And you should have a pretty good understanding of how grids work before you make a choice like that. Right? So yeah. I think the main thing holding Eustace back is his needing to build stacks. Okay. I personally think Seville Bar is far superior. That will depend on the raid, right? Did I get Octavia? No, I've not got Octavia. Can I get an idea of when I should be uncapping my best summons? What about the regular ones? You mean gacha summons? Is Hresvelga only worth it if you have the bullets? I personally think if you are not going to put in the work to get bullets, you should not be buying Hresvelga. I don't understand the schism between wanting to buy the best gun and then not wanting the best class for the gun. I don't understand that. Like, if you're going to buy the best weapon for the element, then you should be willing to put in work for the best class for that weapon. If you're not willing to put in that work, you're just going to end up being worse than like just some other class like Mana Diver, which doesn't even need the weapon. And at that point, it's like, why did you do this? Right? So is it only worth if you have the bullets? I don't think you should be considering Hresvelga if you're not going to get the bullets, is my answer there. Good morning, hello Nightfar. One turn cooldown cut as the only steer rider, and it only cuts his cooldowns like 3, 3, 5. It's like, huh, I see. It needed to hit the even number breakpoint, right? But Echo, did you think about cut to cooldown and consume HP? Hold up, did you think about that though? Never mind his other skills. Never mind the other skills. Okay, sir. As a fire main, should I prioritize Fighter Origin or Lancer Origin? Lancer's currently used for more like bursty things, like PBHL farming, and if you have like really fast full autos. I think Fighter Origin tends to have more general application across full autos and other elements too. To be honest, you were saying if only his S3 and 1 was swapped, yeah. Crazy how one of the most stable FAs uses a main summon from side stories. Oh, Mardark. Mardark's good. Charge bar gain is good. JJ rated? Yeah, JJ rated earlier. Welcome, welcome. I have Bubs and Vesusia. Already got a Sunstone and Providence Globe. I just want to know when I should use them. You should use them when you have a better understanding of the resources involved, I think. Like I mentioned earlier, Bubs and Vesusia are good summons. And they are things that people consider stoning, but Sunstones are a really rare resource, and you need them for a lot of farmable things in the game. Like, if you haven't finished your Evoker summons, like Sun, Justice, Moon, like all the Arcarum summons, if you're not done with them, all of these need a Sunstone. And I think those are way more important at the moment, right? If you haven't finished the Arcarum series, all of these require a Sunstone. Not only that, your Evokers are dependent on getting these summons too. So not getting these means that you can't get the evokers, right? And then eventually the evokers will also need another sunstone here, right? So sunstones are a very limited resource, and spending it on something that you don't know if you need yet or not, I think is a mistake if you haven't finished those other things. How much of a damage loss would you think Hrisvelga is without endgame bullets? Sorry, I know you said you shouldn't consider without proper farming, but I'm still wondering how much of a damage loss it will be. Nobody knows, because anybody who has Hrisvelga and bothers enough for the weapon will not have tested with subpar bullets. Right? Like, none of us are gonna go farm worse bullets just to see the difference, right? We're just gonna farm the best thing. So how much of a damage loss is it? I don't know. I don't know how much of a damage loss it is to put in Full Metal Jacket 1 versus Bar 0 bullet. But I would hazard a guess and say it is a couple worlds worth of differences there. I say using Sunstones for Providence series is worth it. No, not necessarily. I don't think using stones willy-nilly on summons that are quote-unquote considered good is the way to spend your resources. Because it comes down to what you're going to use the summon for and how useful it is for you. Right? Like, put it this way, right? Let's say I'll give a very broad example here. Or a very specific example, maybe. I'll give a specific example. Let's say we say Providences are good. Someone pulls Yatima summon. They stone it. What the hell are they going to do with Yatima summon? Yatima calls 2 other summons. What are your other 2 summons if you're new? What does it actually functionally give you? The answer is nothing, right? And honestly, the same thing can be applied to the other summons as well, to a certain degree. Yes, there are more general, quote-unquote, stronger summons which sort of just work, like Bubs, but then we also have a summon like Belial, which works fine at 0-star, and you don't need to... It's definitely a really, really low priority to stone Belial, and that's also a Providence summon. So no, I don't think we can just be saying, hey, using stones on Providence is fine. And in fact, if I was new and I spent stones on my Providences as soon as I got them, I would not have had enough stones for Arcarum, and that would have been really bad because Arcarum is way more important. And not only is Arcarum summons very good, it locks you out of the Evokers, and all of those characters are good too. Have I used my pulls yet? No, I'll do them in a little bit. I mean, at least I'll see what I get, because I'm not sure if I'm sparking on this banner. Or at least, very likely I'm not sparking on this banner, but if we get lucky, we might consider it. Not Yatima, but I've been recommending stoning Bubs with really high priority. Like, I think that advice is very, like, very specific, right? I don't know. Look, there is no right or wrong answer here. Stoning Bubs will enable you to get through the story maybe a little bit faster and things like that. I don't think you really need help in that regard, firstly, to be honest. But it might make some things a little bit easier. But Providence summons you only ever need 1 copy of. You only ever need 1 copy of Providence summons. So that's something to really keep in mind, especially when Sunstones are so valuable in other things that require Sunstones. There is no alternative. You need Sunstones. Baja and Lucy, yeah, like, those are Providence too. So yeah, you can't just say flat Providences are fine. I think that's not great advice. Hey, may I ask, is Second Flash have a higher rate for grand characters? In general, yes. Like, the grands will have about a 2 times higher rate than regular permanent characters. But if you want Octavia, like if you want a higher rate on Octavia, then this current banner right now is better. But if you want just grands in general, then next banner is better. But what if I want to run 5 Baja? Super Baja setup doesn't exist. So many good streamers in gacha categories. This is good data. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free. Apollonia and Eustace gonna be right up. No, they won't. They will not be. If you want Apollonia or Eustace, you gotta spark them now. In fact, they won't be sparkable again on 6%. Yo, quick question. What's break extension? Like, I got break. And now I hit SSR. There's break extension thing happening. You get to pull more in the gacha. Break extension is the exact same thing as break. Break lets you pull until you get an SSR. If you get break extension, you get to pull until you get another SSR. So you get it twice. Break extension is not guaranteed. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. New player here, I can somehow clear 105 in 433 turns. That's not worth it. No, go to a low level. Go to like level 80 or something. That's a big feat though. Congratulations on clearing 105 as a new player. I saw in the upcoming updates tab that they will be adding matchmaking on HR rates. Is there any news? No, not yet. They've announced it, but we haven't received any updates. Yeah, don't farm higher EXO levels as a new player. Stay on level 80. May I ask again, burst weapons like Erish or Hrisvelga, are they usable on super endgame grids like Hexa or Vesusia? Vesusia, no. Hexa, yes. But this is really only for really, really invested people who know what they're doing. Your first teams in Hexa or Vesusia are not going to be with these weapons. So if you're asking me, do people use Erish or Hrisvelga for Hexa? The answer is yes. Is it something I would be recommending to new players? Absolutely not. Like, that's not the reason to get the weapon. The reason to get the weapon is because they're strong burst weapons. Are older MC classes irrelevant, or do I need to take time to unlock them? Every time you unlock an MC class, you get a permanent bonus for all your other classes. Right? So the answer is yes. You want to unlock all of them. Like, have a look here. If I look at my bonuses tab, these are all the stats I've got from unlocking all the classes. If I bring up a new player account, you'll see how much shorter the list is. I go to class details, bonuses, I only have these things. On this account, I have all of these things. So by unlocking new classes, you get more things for the actual classes that matter. Not unlock, you need to max them. Yes, sorry, you gotta master them. Wait, I didn't know that. Yep, there's a very good reason why you should be getting all the classes. Is this Train to the End of the World? It is. I love this song. Guess I'm using 50 for Flash Part 1 and 50 for Part 2. I'm only planning on sparking on Legend. Wait. Okay, wait. Tintin, does that mean you have 100 pulls right now? If you have 100 pulls right now, I would say... Wait, how many pulls do you have on the banner? Because if you're a newer player, you can probably, with the 100 pulls right now, you can maybe spark on this banner and then still have a spark for Legend. So you have 100 pulls on the banner already. And then you have 100 pulls today. Am I understanding this right? You're not a new player. Oh, okay. My bad. Just splitting 100 pulls between two banners is sort of weird. That's why I'm asking. I'll let you handle it. After farming clashes so much for Kengo, are the summons or weapons there worth leveling? No. Summons you can reduce. And then the weapons, nobody uses the weapons anymore. So you can reserve or reduce them. Does anyone have a bullet farming guide? You don't really need a guide anymore because they introduced a new quest. So if you go to here, free quest list, and then you go to the third one, and then you go to the last page, there is Turbulent Tune of Leaves. This gives you all the materials for bullets that you want. This one here. This gives you everything you want. The only thing obviously it doesn't give you is any of the HL mats like Far Zero or Hexa, Super Baja. Those you have to go out and farm yourself. Is Agastya Manatura a psyop or does it actually drop? I don't know if this will be of comfort or if it will be more despair, but as far as I know, Vasky was in there for like... Oh fuck, I forgot. Vasky was in there for a long time to get Agastya Manatura. Like a really long time. Probably more than you can ever imagine. And then for me, I have been trying to get the Manatura from this raid forever, and I still have not got it. This dumb Manatura here. Thankfully, this one isn't actually important like Agastya's, but yeah. What's the best place to farm things for Alchemy Lab? Proto Baja HL. Proto Baja impossible. The raid will die quickly because it's a gold bar raid, and you'll just get mats that you generally don't need, that you can just chuck in the Alchemy Lab. I would recommend waiting for the Alchemy event before you like go in there, unless you already have a big surplus of berries that you'll never use. Yeah, what Cajun said. Like, pretty much that's what I was talking about. Forbidden Agatura tech is the over bounty, but only do this if the raids are dying. I suppose. I'm almost done studying. 10 minutes left on lecture, then I grind Granblue all night. Be sure to add me at some point. I can walk you through the co-op stages and get you a crew invite. Nice. Mr. Streamer, curious question. Bride Elsa as a unit herself is Summon Water Magna. Is it still fine and works in some setups? Or is it mostly her Svelga? It's mostly her Svelga. Because Elsa's passives interact so heavily with gun stuff, and you're really only using gun stuff in her Svelga. Exo weapon. What are you doing with the exo weapon though? Like if you think about it, you're either doing Street King, at which point MC doesn't matter in the first place. And like if you're doing a team like this, you're using Gabriel and Europa, who are not gun characters. And then you can sort of say the same thing for if you happen to be using something like Izoku. The main thing is like, where are you, what characters are you actually using in the team? Is drop rate boost like Kaguya Summon an average bulk effect drop rate on Arcarum? Yes, it does work. You should bring as much drop rate as you can. But you shouldn't gimp your setups that you're taking longer to kill. Hello, Quan. Yeah, exactly. What Cajun said. Maximize your drop rate as much as possible without adding additional time or buttons. Should I hold my roulette rolls today if I want to spark Flash Part 2? Yes, you should. The banner changes in... Let's check on the wiki chat. I always do this on stream to just give you guys an example of how to check on the wiki yourself. On the front page of the wiki, if it ever loads. Is that my internet or is that the wiki? It's probably my internet. Okay, I promise the wiki's not usually this slow, and this is probably me. I promise. I promise. It's my internet? Yeah, I was gonna say. Maybe our Cloudflare server in Australia died or something. It's probably some weird... Ah, here we go. All right, so on the wiki front page, you scroll down, and under draw promotions, it will say when the banner ends. So in 8 hours and 19 minutes, that's when Flash Part 2 starts. So that's when you should hold your pulls until. So with a team using Exo Weapon, with Soldier Relic Buster, you don't really use Soldier. With Octavia, Tien, and Ilsa be good or not? I mean, you can, right? If you have those things, you can. Right? I wouldn't use Soldier here because you need bullets. I would just use something else like Street King or Street King, Bandit Tycoon. Some of these other gun classes is what I would use. You can use Relic Buster, but I feel like the other options that I mentioned with Ultimate Mastery is a little better. But yeah, like there's nothing stopping you. And like if you happen to have the team, you can do it. I'm not just saying you wouldn't go out of your way to really get it. Part 2 has double rate for grand characters. Part 2, the grand characters will have twice as high a chance as regular permanent characters. So it's 6% SSR rate And out of that 6%, the grands will have a higher rate than regular characters. Wait, is it possible to accumulate free daily pulls? No. Free daily pulls always reset at 5 AM JST, but the banner changes in the middle of the day, which means that you can save your pulls for one banner or the other because the banner doesn't change at reset time, it changes halfway through. But your pulls will always expire within a 24-hour period. I was talking about roulette. I mean, once again, I am talking about roulette as well. Like, maybe a visual thing might help you. "5 AM JST, you get roulette pulls, right? And then this lasts for, like, this lasts for however many hours, right? This lasts for 24 hours. If I do this, does this work? Nope, does not work. But you get the idea. 5 AM, 6 AM. This is when you get your roulette pulls. And then this is the next day. This is when you get your roulette pulls, and they last until here. The banner changes here. Usually the banner changes here, which means that you have this many hours to spend it here. But if you didn't use it during these hours, then you can actually just spend it here. Does that make sense? You're not saving you're not accumulating roulette pulls, but you're just using your roulette pulls either during this time or you're using it during this time. I hope that makes sense. If I need to explain something, let me know. Note that the grands always have double rate, but it is technically ever so slightly higher without the 3 characters on this banner being rated up to. Yeah, that's true. I need 100 pulls to finish my spot. Can I grind it out before the reset, or am I cooked? I don't know how much time you have and how many pulls you have available to you. It is possible, yes. Side stories is where to go. There's also Premium Friday. So go to Home, go to Extras. If you're on Steam, it's going to be on the sidebar. And there's Premium Friday Collection. This is a lot of crystals here. And then you can also trade the shrimp in the shop for more crystals. So side stories and Premium Friday. And then try skipping some story as well after that, if you need to accumulate pulls really fast. Did I do roulette today? No, I haven't done roulette today yet. What's the plan? I think we see after how many rolls I get. I think I need to save for Legend Part 2. I really don't want to, but we'll see. Currently in Spark. Who do you think is better? Zeta, Yatima, or Baija? I think for regular general things, Zeta or Baija is probably better. I'm assuming you're a newer player as well. Yatima is great too, but she requires a little bit more time to get online usually. And Baija and Zeta are just good from turn 1. You can always spin the roulette for, you just can't use them in the gacha. So the roulette animation you can watch. Here's my monitor, ready? There's my new rank. Okay, never mind. No monitor. No mana Tura. A big book. What summons are prioritized for stoning other than Arcarum? There's also the Evokers. Those aren't summons, but you need Sunstones for those. And then outside of that, it's summons like Beelzebub, Vesusia, Yatima, Orologia, Belial, 000, things like that. That was in no particular order, by the way. I was kind of confused whether more useful in grid still M1 or M2. I missed the context, but it looks like someone's got you there. Oh wait, no, that's the Zeta Grand thing. Yeah, no, I think Zeta or Baija is probably going to be more value for you right now. I missed the context on I think the Dino question in YouTube. I might need your friend code instead for Steam. If you have the Granblue ID, Fox, you should be okay. In the crew menu, there should be a scout button, crew, and there's like a members and scout, like the scout button here, and this is where you can put the ID. You can put Green Tea's ID here and then search them, and then click the scout button. But yeah, if you got the right code from Green Tea, which is when you go to profile and then up here, this is the ID you want. But if it is that ID, that's what you can do. Can't find the user. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe the ID is wrong then. I'm not sure. You have to progress far enough. Oh, yeah. If they haven't unlocked crews yet, then you won't be able to scout them either. Yes, that is true. Vanish. No, it's all good. But yeah, if you haven't unlocked crews, then you might not be able to. You won't get the option for that either. Can they add the ability to buy Agastium like 1000 host team? Yeah. Is there anything to do with Providence Summon dupes? Nope, not really. They're sort of just useless. I wouldn't reduce them, right? Because who knows what they do in the future. But yeah, that's why I recommend waiting for as long as you can. Did we get 100 pulls? No, I haven't done my roulette yet. I haven't done my roulette yet. I've just been answering questions so far. Didn't you have a setup that used FLB level 1 summons last year? Yes, but that is so... that is so specific. It's not worth mentioning. Yes, I did. But, yeah, that's not a normal player setup exactly. Wait, what's the context for that? So in Guild Wars, sometimes you have to sacrifice characters. Like click a beneficial skill and then sacrifice them. And summons give you extra base HP when they're leveled up. So you would use 4-star uncapped summons that are level 1 to make it easier to sacrifice these characters. The reason 4-star is important is because, like this one, the reason 4-star is important is because you need the aura uncap. So it's important that you get the aura uncap, but then you don't level it up on purpose and you leave it at level 1. So you still get the benefits of the aura, but the summon still has base 133 HP as opposed to, what is it? As opposed to 1,299. Like we said, this is not a normal player setup, and this is also something you wouldn't invest your resources into. It's just that I happen to have so many copies of Uriel lying around that I could do it. Like I said, this is not relevant. This is not relevant for like it's a dumb thing. There were other ways to get around it. I'm not even sure if we needed it, I'll be honest. Munching, what's this? What have you linked me? A Kuhako thing. 1 turn virtuosic, I guess. Do you have 2 Uriels max uncapped or just the level 1? 8 gigabillion euros. Yeah, I just had a lot. Don't lie, you use sunstones. I didn't. I don't know what to say. I didn't. Like when you play the game for a while, you just sort of get things. Like I have this many Bahas. I haven't stoned a single Baha before. Raphael 1, 2, 3. I've already have an uncapped Grimnir. There's more here. Yeah, like I don't know what to say. This is how many Sethlins I have. Is Sethlins good? No, but that's how many I have. Like I think I uncapped my Whamdas, but then yeah, we got more. That's what I say too. I don't really see the benefit of lying in a situation like this, but sure, you're free to believe what you want. Do you have any regret stories playing this game? Honestly, not really. Not really. Because I think most quote-unquote mistakes I made were when I was a very new player, when I didn't know what I was doing. Like, the only real thing was the anniversary ticket, but that was advice straight up from, like, a unreliable source. So, yeah, no, I fortunately avoided many of the big new player mistakes, mostly because I tend to read up on a lot of things. So I didn't want to make a mistake, so I researched as much as I could, or I asked as many people as I could. But the other thing is I also started streaming when I was a relatively new player. And I streamed my journey, and there were a lot of veteran players who were helping me out. So I didn't really have room to make mistakes, I guess. Wait, I thought we'd get 100 pulls tomorrow. We do. No, we do get 100 pulls tomorrow. Did I miss Gamba? No, I haven't done Gamba yet. Been busy answering chat's questions. My water corv is level 40, so I could kill her a little easier. I got Ankusha. Is it completely useless? If you really need the quartz, I suppose you can reduce it. I don't ever see Ankusha becoming good, but as with anything gacha related, I recommend always waiting and being patient, especially because Ankusha does not have an FLB. Like, I really don't know what this summon could get that would make it broken, but if you're asking in 2026, March 19th, if Ankusha is used, the answer is no. What's the anniversary regret? Well, the first ever anniversary ticket I got was about a week into me playing, and I didn't know what to get. So I asked someone on, I asked a random streamer on Twitch and someone in their chat answered me and they said get Foley a grand. This was in 2020. So yeah. Like, it wasn't the worst thing that could have happened, but Foley wasn't a great character then. And as we all know, anti-ticketing a grand is always a mistake if you want it for meta reasons. So yeah. I mean, you got Tai-Sai. Yeah, but I wasn't Varuna. So it didn't matter. I think in general, people put way too much stock into gacha weapons when considering new player advice. It's like I've seen multiple times where people are like, oh, you can consider getting, I don't know, what was it? It's like you can consider getting X grand character because they come with X weapon. And it's like, no, that's not what you should be considering as a new player. Is there a character I've wheeled for? So I've never like full wheeled on a banner, but there are plenty of banners where I've finished sparks with money or things like that. I don't remember specifically what those banners are. What kind of rings or earrings should I put on Octavia? She already has 2 skill cap and 3 TAs in her EMP. I think I would get skill cap on her regular ring. And then on her artifact, maybe noble attack, something like that. More skill cap, more TA. Sup is good, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Should I save my pulls for Lakefest since I have 3 Octavia weapons, Apollonia and Eustace from Flash Part 1? I think there is no need to finish your spark unless you're already close to finishing your spark. Like if you're at like 250 pulls or something, I would finish the spark. But if you're on like 100, then yeah, just wait. You don't need to finish your spark. Forgive me, I'm not in depth as most veterans. So even though I've been playing for a while, there's a lot I don't know. That's okay. Everybody plays the game differently. You can skip Arcarum. Holy yeah. I recommend skipping regular Arcarum. Nobody likes doing that. What are your thoughts on power creep? Is it common or is it healthy? I think Granblue's power creep is pretty good. And the good thing about Granblue's power creep is that it often happens in the form of farmable things, so free-to-play things. Like our biggest power creep comes in the form of things you can just farm in the game. Like recently we got the best weapon in the game, right? And it is farmable. Like this destroyer weapon, the Doombringer weapon, there is one for each element, and it is farmed from the hardest rated in the game. I think it gives it a really good reward. And oftentimes things that bring a fair amount of power or upgrades to your characters are also farmable, like Evokers or Eternals. So yeah, I think overall power creep is healthy. That's not to say gacha characters don't bring new power or things like that. Like we just had Octavia weapon for Varuna. But overall, I think it is at a good spot. I think mainly becomes an issue if you try to be optimal in like many elements at once. But at that point, I would say you should know what you signed up for. Omeoji CCW is used on budget as a replacement main hand. Yeah, it is. It's not the best weapon, honestly, but it can be used if you don't have other things. Is there a way to get to boxing goods, or am I blind? It's usually on the event page. Yeah. It will be linked in the future, Echo, but at the moment it's you go to the event page and then you go to the grids page. Right. And we have not added any of the other ones, so ignore that. I've been far too busy working on other things. I'm watching Omikin's stream on the side. How do I get that? What, the destroyer weapons? You farm it from Vesusia. Vesusia is this raid, unlimited, Vesusia Genesis. So the hardest raid in the game, or hardest subjectively, but either way, the most recent highest difficulty raid is where you get it. Oh, New World Foundation weapons, you buy them in the shop. So you go to menu, shop, treasure trade, and then weapons. And then there is a tab called, I think it's under high difficulty. Let me see. Yeah, high difficulty New World Foundation. I've already bought it, so there's nothing here, but that's where you find it. How did I get into Granblue? I played Granblue Versus. I played Granblue Versus. I tried selling my Granblue Fantasy mobile code after I bought the game. And then it didn't sell instantly because I didn't really know how to sell it. And then I was like, fuck it, let me check out the game. And then here we are. So Cygames got me. How did I meet Omikin? And the wiki stuff? I pretty much mainly interact with Omikin from the wiki stuff, but it was Omikin typed in my chat. That's pretty much it. I believe one of the first things that happened when Omikin first typed was I had literally just gotten a host gold bar. And then chat was saying like, luck sack, blah, blah, blah. You know, the standard things when you get a gold bar drop. And I said, chat, everybody can have this luck if you just open OBS and you click the start streaming button, right, as a joke. And then I think one of the first interactions with Omikin ever was like, okay, let me do that. Did she get a gold bar? No, of course not. Because getting gold bars is skill-based and Omikin has player skill issue. Unlike me. Anyways, next question. Let's see. What's overburst? Overburst is when you do more than 4 chains. So when you do 5 chains, so 5 charge attacks in one turn. Or 6 charge attacks. What drew you to OG versus the art? I wanted to get into fighting games at the time. And I was looking at fighting games. But pretty much all the anime fighting games I looked at looked really crusty and old. Like, at the time, we're talking like Guilty Gear Xrd, we're talking like some Under Night In-Birth game. Like, there's, like, you guys know, around the era where Versus came out, most of the anime games, to me, didn't visually appeal to me. But Versus did. And that's what drew me to Versus. Under Night's goated though. I'm not talking about gameplay, chat. I'm not a fighting game player. I still am not, right? At the time, I wasn't a fighting game player. I'm talking about as a purely casual person who wanted to get into fighting games. None of the things that I was looking at visually appeal to me. Right? I understand that Unist or whatever, like Blaze Blue, all of these games are great in their own right. And I'm not saying they're bad games. What I am saying is that none of them grabbed me art-wise and music-wise as Granblue did. And that's how I got into, or that's why I tried Versus. In the end, I didn't end up playing Versus too much because I was playing Granblue Fantasy Mobile instead. Do I have a favorite character? Yeah. I have a couple favorites. Wamda, Grimnir, Clarice, Mirren, to name a few. There's more. You wanted to get into Versus, but it doesn't have PvE content in Rising. There's the RPG mode, but it is less than original. Versus was like the last fighting game released before pandemic. Yeah, it released right as the pandemic happened, so it was really bad because it was delay-based netcode. GBVSR does have 2 games worth of story. That is also true, yes. What's the worst character you've ringed just because? Valentine's Clarice is pretty bad. Mirren was never really good either. I would say at least Clarice had a point in time where she was okay. So maybe Mirren. I don't think Mirren was ever really good. So yeah, probably Mirren. Esther Ring. Keep walking into the actually. I've seen setups with Water Mirren on the wiki. Yeah. That doesn't mean that she's a particularly good character. Because how else were you getting rid of plane damage? Nobody did that. It was actually useful. Yeah, like by the time I played by the time I got to far, it wasn't really too important, but yeah. I'm surprised no new players asked why MC C8 when you have CA turned off. Probably because it's relatively hard to pick out. I only ringed one character because I'm loyal. Why is MC C8 with CA turned off? Yeah, unlimited boost doesn't care if your C is on or off. Any characters you wish you could divorce? I've long mentioned that there's one character that I don't particularly that I sort of regret because I didn't really get good use out of it because it was a meta ring, which is Lich Halloween. But, you know, at the end of the day, we have so many rings. Does unlimited boost CA trigger Erish? I don't have Erish, I'm not sure. Does it, chat? Boom, boom, boom. It does not. Okay, there you go. Torta. Torta got hit in the crossfire. Multiple people can get boomed. So there is a random chance from 0 to 5 people getting boomed when you do the boom command. Some people are using the ring for not meta reasons. Yeah, you're free to use the ring however you want. I'm just answering the question because chat asked me, who do I regret ringing? And yeah, like I said, it's only one really. What does ringing a character mean? Ringing a character means using what's called a perpetuity ring. And perpetuity rings are important in the game. You'll see that some of my characters have this ring icon, right? These are significant because there's only a limited amount of them in the game. So you can't ring every character. But you use it by going to the add bonuses screen and then clicking use item. And then it's under permanent mastery bonuses. Like I said, there's only a limited amount of these things in the game, the perpetuity rings. So people reserve them for favorites or meta characters. It is not to be confused with these regular rings. These rings you can use whenever you want. Doesn't really matter. But this one, the perpetuity ring, there's, like I said, there's only a few of them in the game. Ring for your favorites. That's what many people do, yeah. Good morning, good morning. Welcome, welcome. Alright, chat, after this raid, we'll see what roulette pulls we got. Like I said, I'm not sure if I'm pulling on this banner, but we will see. Profile or ring review. Can you post that outside of that comment again, Pew Pew? Because I can't see it. My new chat client makes it not work. What has been my least favorite grind in the game? It's less of a grind, but I don't like artifact micromanaging. Eternals and Evokers. Plus some other characters at the bottom, I see. Interesting. Interesting. Many Evoker and Eternal characters. I respect it. I've seen a lot of people do like all Eternals, all Evokers, things like that. Yo, there's a page 2. Okay. How am I meant to access page 2? What is the meaning of plus 299? So those are using plus marks. Plus marks give a small boost to HP and attack. The way to get plus marks is naturally from pulling in the gacha, and some raids drop them. It's not something you have to really concern yourselves with because it's a small boost to the base attack. So like this weapon has 46 base HP. I can add a plus mark, right? Which will make it so that the base HP is now 145 and the attack goes up as well. You can do that for weapons and you can also do that for characters and you can also do it for summons. So it's a way to boost your character by a small amount. Like HP attack, I add a plus mark And now this character goes from 10,000 to 11,000, 1,100 to 1,400. So yeah. Yeah, mostly a min-max thing. Yes, your Evangelion characters, I remember. I remember the Evangelion characters. Alright, let's see, chat. It's Gamba time. It's Gamba time. Now, like I said, I don't actually know if we're doing our pulls. And what order should I go in, chat? Should I do main, Steam Baby, or alt? Where do we go? But on my main, I don't actually know if we're pulling on this banner. I think in the unlikely chance we do get 100, we will pull on this banner. But I think most other things I'm probably going to wait till the next banner. Main last. Main, Steam Baby, alt. Were you going to spark on your main? I don't know if I'm sparking on this banner. I think I would only spark on this banner if we get a lot of pulls. Wait, even if I did get 100 pulls, I think we would just wait to the next banner. Because then I can use like the 100 plus the free 100 to get a mega discounted spark, right? So yeah, even if I honestly like the chance of me pulling this banner are quite low, I would say. How old is your non-Steam alt? Quite old, but I don't play it. It's literally there so I can log in to see new player things. Have you got Apollon? I don't have any raid ups from the current banner. Idealist. Let's see. All right, Vern. All right, Vern, let's see. Click. I think we have to do gacha pin on this banner. I think we got gacha pin. I'm pretty sure we just have to do it here. Gacha pin plus 10 draws. I think with gacha pin we are going here. It has like we have the rate up. Why do you have to? Well, because the rate up on this banner is more appealing to me than the next banner. That's why. So since we are guaranteed an SSR, that's why. It looks like we have to do the temple first as well. Okay, I guess we are just going here. Do we know what the next banner is going to be? It's going to be a Flash Gala with no new characters. Okay. Knight Rider, Catherine. Catherine M. Alright, free until an SSR appears. Click. Well, that ended fast. That is on the last slot. Now, we didn't get any fancy animation, so I don't believe this. I don't believe in this. We got a mirror blade charge. Oh. Okay. Roulette can't recover its balance. Okay. One more chance. Well, we're donezo. Well, we're donezo. Not a big discount. It's fine. So we got 30 pulls in total. Again, I don't believe in this. I think this is last slot bait. Wait. Holy! Where was the ship? Where was the ship? Well, I got reverse baited. There was no ship, so I didn't think it was a new character. Okay, roulette pulled through. This is why new animations are great. Yeah, honestly. Holy. What does the ship mean? So when the ship appears, it means that you got a new SSR that you didn't have before, I believe, at the minimum. But how it used to work was that if the ship appeared, it was always that you got one of the rate-up characters. Which basically meant that if you didn't get a ship, you didn't get a rate-up character. But I think that they changed it recently, obviously, as you can tell, that the ship doesn't always appear now. So you can get reverse baited. The blue sky was the rate-up bit. Okay, okay. Holy, okay. Okay, okay. Does this change my plans? Does this change my plans? Does it change my plans? No, I think we still need to save for Legend Part 2, but we're hoping one of the scams pull through now. We're hoping one of the scams pull through. Omikin, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry that you had to spark Eustace. WTFF. Why can I rewind her streams but not yours? On Twitch, you can only rewind if you're subbed. Don't ask me why Twitch does that, but you can always rewind on YouTube. I wasn't expecting Octavia here, so that was we like those. Well, roulette definitely pulled through. But yeah, that's why we use Gacha Pin on this one. Time to Sierra both wins. You can't Sierra Lance though. What do you mean? Okay, well we are using Octavia everywhere. Oba-chan. Alright, we have another thing to do, chat. We have another thing to do. Goodbye, Besso. This home screen's so cool. Why did you reply? I don't know. Why'd you click it? Meta ringer? Chat, if I was a meta ringer, I wouldn't ring outside of wind. Let's be real. Where's my party? You. Are you guys done? Oh, you're close. Not quite. Mm-hmm. There we go. What pose do I want? They're both so good. I think we leave it on default. I think I like Art 1 more as a party pose. Don't forget to 5 cage her too. No, I actually don't have enough water cages. Now you gotta try that home screen. Yeah, it's one of the rare animated ones. Alright, well, I guess we go alt chat. We're gonna go alt, then we'll go Steam Baby. Let's see if any of these get lucky too. This account we actually don't really care about, to be honest. What do you get for giving a character cages? You get more EMP stars. Ultimately, it's not something you should really do, if I'm being real. Gacha pin again. Holy, new player account has far feathers. How many do you get? You get 5. Okay. You get 3. You get 5. You get 3. Okay. It's 5, chat. Unless there's a different amount. That's also random. Click. Stream is sacking everything on the account. Chat, far feathers is not sacking. Let's be real. Oh, I forgot to do scratches. Wait a second. What was that? Heavenly Fawnberg. Great. Elil. Great. Alright. Do we get break extension? We do. Okay. Roulette can't recover. Another Super Miku. Well, at 2... If you do 2 pulls, chat, it's very likely. Okay, that's... Alright, place your bets. Place your bets. Charming Broom. Apollonia. Mysteries of the Ocean. Her voice is so good, honestly. Home screen art is so good, like the uncapped one, right? I mean, I actually like both, to be fair. Apollo smiling feels so rare, yeah. This one is really good. I love that we can do this now, by the way. You like Art 1? Of course you do. Alright, next. Steam Baby chat. Steam Baby, we actually want some good things. Steam Baby hasn't been lucky a single time yet. I'm just saying. On this Gala, that is. On this Gala, Steam Baby's been a little bit fucked. Third Harmonia, please fucking no. How did Steam Baby get horse? You know the new Skyfarer Step Up special, the beginner spark that you get? That uses the last Gala banner. The last Gala banner was Volfred, and Volfred banner has Sunshine in it. We got Gacha pin 3 times today? Really? I mean, on average, you do get Gacha pin during Gala. Or you can anyways. Alright, let's see. Click. How many pulls will Steam Baby get? Wait! I thought there wasn't an SSR. It was all blues. There was a special animation. I'll reload. Let's see. So it looks like I haven't. Oh, what the? I've never seen that one. Have you guys seen that? I've never seen that one. What the hell? You've seen it? That's the first time I've ever seen that one. And the funny thing is Octavia wasn't even last slot, right? Oh, I guess that's because this account probably has new SRs to get. Yeah, this account has new SRs to get. Yeah, I've not seen that one before. Wait, free until an SSR appears. Wait, was that not the SSR? Oh, that was my 10 pull as a newbie. Okay. That was the free 10. Yeah, that wasn't... Wait. Another bait. Okay, I thought that was the SSR. I was like, what the hell is that? Stan, nobody cares. You got certificates. Okay. There we go. We got Vera. All our breaks today have ended really early. Break extension. Is that Vera good? This Vera is actually quite decent, yeah. Question mark. What are you guys question marking? Chat, if you guys don't know how break extension works, the more pulls you do, the less chance you have of getting break extension. And the more quickly it ends, the highly incredibly likely it is to get. Yeah, break has ended early every single time, which means break extend is extremely likely. Alright. Oh, two. Two, but they're in a weird spot. Alright, let's see. Zeus. Okay. Alright, Zeus. Charybdis. Okay, double summons. There we go. Steam Baby Light Primal. Okay, I don't know about that. Just ignore the two Octavias. Not the Octavias, the two Harmonias we have. Not Harmonia is used in Magna anyway. They can be, yeah. How salty would you be if your ult's got Vesusia? I have Vesusia. Actually, what does her Art 1 look like? Oh, it shows her S1 animation? Okay. Octavia is better for Primal right now. I think the character's just good in general. I'm going to be real. All right, back to this. Honestly, I think the character's pretty decent overall. Let's quickly level it. But let me also do this. The other free 100 on Legend Part 1 with the new seasonals. No. Legend Part 1 does not have new seasonals. Am I borrowing that straight away? Probably. We'll see. I really want to anti-ticket the second Elsa. Tomorrow we get 100 pulls. Tomorrow we get 100 pulls, yes. We get 100 pulls tomorrow. Is the Nier Automata costume any good? I have it but never used it. It looks pretty. Isn't that all that matters? Should I save today's roulette for when the banner changes? If you intend to spark next banner, then yes, you should. Are those 100 usable on the Octavia banner only? So tomorrow's pulls that you get, okay, wait, hold up. The banner changes tonight. The banner changes in under 8 hours. The banner changes in under 8 hours, which means that it goes to Flash Part 2, and Flash Part 2 is just a regular Flash Gala. Octavia's still there, right? But she won't be raid up anymore. She's still in the banner though. So the 100 is usable on Flash Part 2, and it's the only choice you have. Did I spark for Octavia? No, we got lucky with the roulette. How important is second Baija weapon? Earth HL stuff, I guess. Depends on how important that is to you, right? Do you like playing CA comps in HL, and are you primal? Yeah. I think that's basically what you need to ask. Wait, wrong quest. Says the Magna player. Suddenly event boss. Yeah, I clicked the wrong bookmark. Why does my game feel so laggy? It's because it is. That's because it is. Looks like my mudfish node is fucked at the moment. So is Octavia just Sparkle next banner but not Radar? Yep, that's correct. Octavia is Sparkable next banner but not Radar. Exactly. Why did I spark this banner? No, I did not. As a newbie, why can I pick up weapons that didn't come from the gacha, collecting one of each type of stuff? As a newbie, why can I pick up weapons that didn't come from the gacha? So weapons in the game are largely categorized. Why? Wait, sorry. Are you asking why can't you pick up weapons? You said in the guide, I'm free to pick up SSR weapons that didn't come from the gacha, but not to pick gacha ones. Yes, I did say that. And the reason is because what I said in the video, inventory space is really limited. So you're just not going to have room if you pick up everything. So just leaving them in the crate for now is the best way to go. And the weapons aren't useful for you. 99% of weapons from the gacha aren't useful. How do you unlock hard plus Tiamat? I think you have to defeat regular Tiamat. Like, it will say on the wiki. Like, if we go to Tiamat page, one sec, like I'll show you. If we go to the Tiamat page, hard plus, unlock is rank 101 plus. Thank you for the sub. You have to host and clear Tiamat Omega Impossible. So that's the unlock. So yeah, hard plus, that's how you unlock it right there. So you got Octavia, we did get quite lucky. You got Octavia on both accounts. We got Octavia on Steam Baby account, we got Octavia on main account, and we got Apollonia on the alt that I never play. Soran redeemed a review rings. Okay, be quick. Chat, as an FYI, I'm not going to do any more. Because I need to play the game and answer questions. Hello, did the roulette respond to your wishes? It actually did, yeah. We got lucky. Do you have a Vesusia raid video guide or commentary? I don't. Alright, let's see Saran. Holy. Eustace fan. Percy fan. All male characters. Grimnir I approve. Siete I approve as well. Vain Enjoyer has the new Eustace as well. Okay, okay. This is very this is very respectable. Holy. Very, very respectable. Can you give me your lands, please, by the way? I would like that lance. Is this method of leveling faster than slimes? I think weekend slimes is technically faster, but slimes is a waste of pots, whereas this is not a waste of pots. And this also gives you other materials. Technically, the fastest way is sandbox, but I haven't done my CQ this Magfest anyway, so I'm doing it. I want to do it at least 300 times. How do you get the gold nuggets to buy them? In Rise of the Beasts. Rise of the Beasts is an event that reoccurs, and there's one next month, so you can get it then. For newbies, do you think it's best to use Sunlight Stones on Providence, or keep it for Evokers? I think it's better to keep it for Evokers. I chose him instead of Vampy Galleon. Oh, I see. All right. CQ's a new player's best friend. Honestly, it's good because it gives you rank points really easily. It's really easy to kill. And then it gives you a bunch of things that you just need, right? Like for Eternals, you need a whole bunch of these White Dragon scales. Like you'll just get a bunch of stuff. I'm glad they changed the... Oh, Dimensional Halo? Yeah. Dimensional Halo change is very good. I have a dilemma. I want to read her fate. 3 triple attack nodes? What? Excuse me? Excuse me? 3 triple attack nodes? Did they mention when and you will drop? They did, right, chat? I think we have a date on that. Check the timeline on the wiki. Mob bonus, ideally skill cap TA. I will settle for a high skill cap, I think, for now. Don't think I necessarily need the TA. I mean, I do want the TA, but don't care about it right now. CATA, unfortunate. Stamina TA. Okay, I'll keep that. All right. We do that for now. That's fine. Does she have Keen anywhere? She doesn't, right? Do we have Keen and Mortar anywhere? Not really. Yeah, I think I want sub. Otherwise, TA is also fine. I'll take whichever one I get for now. Okay, we'll take the TA. It's fine. Summer Cag. Okay, no, that's not relevant. Need them to bring back Water Tails. I'm ready. I'm out of rings. um, let's see. What have we even got? What are my choices? We can yoink this off the potatoes. Boost cap for crits is okay. And also has TA. I could take that. How long is a sup? It's like 3 turns, right? It's only 2 hits up though. We do have a lot of sources. I'll just go the cap for crits for now. Whatever, it's fine. 85 TA in my random ass grid. Yeah, seems good. Oh, we have cargo. I'll get a couple more levels and then we'll just do some random full autos first, I think. Glad I got to catch the crazy roulette pools. A good night floundering. Also, let's do this as well. I forgot. Hello. Will I read her fate? I will, but not right now. Because I want to test the character. I'll read it off stream, I think. Oh yeah, we have to do that. He always skips. That's not actually true. But yeah, I'll read it tonight. I'll read it tonight. We can talk about it tomorrow. Does it usually take a while to receive purchase mobile coins? No. For me, it's always been instant. Did I spark? No. We'll figure out the other nodes later. Let's just use the character. Atom first. Who are we kicking? Gwyn, goodbye. I mean, Gwyn's pretty good here too. I'll go Gwyn though. How much echo is Hasalia? Hasalia is... Yeah, Gwyn hits hard. Hasalia is 40. Okay, so I'm not replacing my weapon in this grid. Da, 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 da. Maybe I will go this one. Yoink. Solstice, thank you for the raid. When is the next banner? The next banner is in about 7 hours. Should I save my roulette wheel? If you are planning on sparking on the next banner, then yes, you should. Yo, welcome, welcome. I'm seeing the problem with being a bar farm Ellie now. I want to use Octavia in other places. Oh, does she have the Zeta problem now? Yes. Am I safe to pick Katora? Which Katora? Summer Katora? No, you're not. What does that mean? It means that characters have different full auto settings depending on where they're used. That did a fair amount of damage too. Her nuke. Go back to Gwyn for this team. Let's go to Wilnas. I think we can do something here. We're using Uno, I think, at the moment. Yeah. How do you unlock destruction damage? It's it's a weapon from the hardest raid in the game, so it's a while away. If you're relatively new. Their stacks going back up to 10 is pure dopamine. I have to mix up new teams because all of these are designed around a particular interaction here. We gotta make some Hrsvelga teams. That's what we gotta do, honestly. Let's make a rest team. Let's do it. Are you primal in every element? Absolutely not. We'll go soldier. Yeah, we'll go soldier and I'll take up 3 of my bullets, I think. You didn't know skipping Arcarum still gave you rewards? Yeah, it does. I mean, this is sort of going to be slow, right? Chat, what do you guys use for Hrisvelga full auto these days? Bandit? Cav? Are we still using Cav? There's no way, right? What was the RTB team again? Was that a Bandit Tycoon? Where's Nico? The class gives triple attack. Okay. Tried full auto for the first time, and my win team did pretty good against Alexio. Very nice. You don't have Essa? No, I do have Essa. I just don't think we need Essa. RTB was actually Cav. Okay. This is before the This is before Octavia though. Is the main thing. You would go soldier. You would just take the slower auto attacks. I'm thinking 3 bullet soldier. What do you think? I just think that the instant attacks are going to take forever is the main thing. And you have to worry about changing bullets. I don't use bullets that often. You don't like 3 bullets? You would just leave 5. Oh, 6, sorry. Mhm. I like the 3 bullet stuff. I think we're better off going bandit, by the way. Do I need to move that bullet? Do you guys know? I actually don't know. I do need to move it, okay. All right, let's just go in. I'm pretty sure we don't need this, by the way. 86.8 Korea. Let's just get more TA. You fight 3 blanks. Oh, okay. I 4-star the Exogun. You should, yeah. It's good. Actually, don't need to worry about TA much at all. $37 plus 50, 87. 28 TA. Okay. Maybe I do care a little bit. Okay. Right. Any tips on farming katana stones for Muramasa or Murakumo upgrade? I don't find any consistent way besides farming Colossus and dismantling its weapon. You have that. There are some in the pendant shop as well, and there are some in the Skyleap point shop as well. Skyleap point shop you can get by logging into the game on Skyleap browser, which is a mobile browser. You can Google it, how to do it. There's a bunch of Reddit threads and things like that. And then if you're on Steam, you can just go to the browser and go to steam.grandbluefantasy.com and log in that way. And if you play the game on Skyleap, you'll get Skyleap points. You'll get given to them on the next day is how it works. And then you can spend those points to get some katana stones too. The other place is Arcarum. Yeah, you can farm the earth enemies in Arcarum and get some katanas that way too. Damage is so overkill now. Soldier's way too overkill here. Let's go something else. Are there any SSR Omega Saphira weapons that are worth keeping? No, they're all fodder. Yeah. I'm a semi-new player, about 1.5 years, and I want to say thank you for your guides. Even from back then, as they helped a lot to learn the game and delve into it. May you luck sack forever. Thank you, Knight. I appreciate that. Actually, a soldier CCW is John Doe, says Murdereth. They're right, you know. Thank you for the follow. Oh, it's so close. 6%. Thank you for the follow. So we're a little bit off with this one. Probably fixed if we got another Ilsa weapon. I mean, yeah, I just needed multi-attack and TA, so I put it in. Obviously, second Octavia is way better here. Ilsa gun's way better as well. Have a great stream. I'm off to farm some bosses. Bye, Justin. Hey, since you're testing her Svelga, can you do a run without endgame bullets? I don't own non-endgame bullets. So I don't want to go farm them, I'm sorry. And plus, I'm not even using Soldier at the moment. Thank you for the follow. One second. There we go. All right, Cajun, try typing exclamation point Murdy. No, that's fucked. Murdy, that's an affectionate command. Don't worry. Yeah, it's funny because in that picture, Murdy's hosting it. Literally can't be them. I saw it as well. So Murdy, you can just say it's other people and they're gaslighting you. he takes the second BK now, look, I want to. I want to. It was one time. You'll have to blame our crewmates for making it seem like it was more than one time. Chat, save my Siegfried. Nobody joined. Ryan has a Sieg, needs some help. What other class should I try? Maybe it is Cav time. Maybe it simply is. Now, but Cav would be better for longer stuff, right? And Flash 2 be over, you want to bar weapons. Oh, bro, the cavalry's here. Cavalry's here, or whatever Tracer used to say. What does this class do? It can wield a gun. It can wield a gun, and it gives echoes on S1. This used to be relevant, like the triple attack, but that's not relevant anymore. Because, you know, we have enough triple attack. So I think Bandit is actually the way to go. The issue is Bandit's skills are not the best. And streaking takes too long. It probably is just soldier for now. I think we just go soldier and then we just cut the open fire. And Orion. Unless Katura ends up being more damage than Pela. It might. Yeah, let's try Katura. I haven't used Katura in so long. Like, the double strike is wasted on Octavia anyways. But honestly, the Pela one looked fine if I just had, you know, second Ilsa, the Tetragod, things like that. No, this is 3-turn. I think. We'll do less damage here, it won't be enough. When is usually formal banner? End of June. It's about the same as Paler. This is solved with grid / just clicking extra buttons. On our characters, is there a better summon we can call? Maybe like a Bubs on turn 1. Maybe. We're at 89.7. So 13% plus 50. So Octavia's struggling now. Let's go. So that will be enough TA. What we did is sort of stinky. One turn full stack Octavia, yeah. We'll see if Bub's call even adds a lot. It might not. We lose a source of echo. Thank you so much for answering my questions. Yeah, sorry, I can't really... I feel bad too because like it feels very dismissive when I just say, hey, I can't test it. But like the fact of the matter is, but if you think about it, Hrisvelg is a very invested weapon, right? Which means most people who have it are going to have the best things. And these people aren't going to test things that are lower investment because what's the point, right? That was a lot more damage, by the way. But we don't get 10 stacks back on Octavia, though. Okay, that does matter. Did I get Octavia? I did. You might need to refresh the page, Koto. Okay. So it is more damage, but we didn't get, we don't have enough hits this time. It's from normal attacks, right? For every 50 hits dealt. What would I suggest for a 150 Goldman weapon? I wouldn't suggest anything. We have Shinji actually, so we could do this. I don't know if this is enough hits though. That's the main thing. Did you pull? I pulled roulette. So we're at plus 30, so 43. 43 plus whatever Octavia gives, so that is enough. Is Shinji weapon worth stoning? I would only stone it if you have a specific use for it. I wouldn't stone it until you see a need for it. Are you not using S2? Because it's slow. And I was trying to cut buttons. But in this case, I don't actually know if it changes much, but we'll see. Can Octavia be a great pull for a newbie? Yeah, I think the character's very good. As for the optimal Octavia grid unhappy, I think it really depends on the content and the team. No, we're still 9 stacks. Still 9 stacks. It's so close. All of this is solved by 2%, okay. Honestly, this is just solved by doing this. But yeah. Would Yomotsu help? What is Yomotsu? I don't know what that is. Vesusia call. Oh, okay. I don't know Vesusia. There's a lot of things that help you. Tetragod. Second Ilsa. Second Octavia. Don't have destroyer weapon. What can I change for it? Your seraphic weapon. Ultima. I think if we just add this button, we'll be fine. Let's see. I wish Bandit S1 gave bounty as well, like streaking. Okay, so we would need to click Octavia here. Alright, well. That's fine. We can adjust this as we go. What's the EM points? This is what I have at the moment. Alright, so we did that. We're gonna try something similar in Atum. May I see bullets? This is Bandit Tycoon. There is no bullets. No 4 points in crit. Yep, crit is not favored. I think for Atum we can do soldier. Let's try out Mr. Atum. I don't think I need to turn on Elsa. I'll turn that off. I didn't see you're currently farming for bullets. What a pain. Yeah, bullets take a while, but it's worth it. 100% worth it. I wonder if Hela would be better here. I don't think so. I think if we're trying to use Octavia, this is maybe slightly better. And honestly, we can probably just chuck our regular bullets back into. Is that Ado? It is. On Twitch, it is. Pretty fun setup. Do I have a Discord? I do. I do. I need this command to work on YouTube as well. What bullets do you recommend before the HL raids to farm for Hrsvelga? Well, you need the Bubs and the Belial ones at some point anyways, but yeah, there's no like replacement bullets, if that's what you're asking. If you go onto the soldier page on the wiki, I recently updated all of these pages, the class pages. And over here I talk about the bullets. Over here, so you can read. What are my personal scores for Apollonia Summer and Eustace Ricardo? I don't know them well enough to give them a score. I would say I don't even know Octavia well enough. Let's try. I think Atima's the only slot here. Does this matter in Colo? I don't know. Let's find out. Are there any other good guns? The only other element that really uses soldier is light in Guild War with Florence. It's pretty much the only other one. Goodbye 149 gun. Yeah, 149 gun is dead. Dead. Good riddance. They really wanted that thing dead as well. Didn't even wait for Transcendence to kill it, yeah. I'm just happy it happened sooner. You feel bad for the people who bought two. It says Genesis Nova should only be placed in the last chamber, so bullet placement matters. Yes, you should read the bullet. If I have break roulette today, should I wait until part 2 to use it? Are you planning? I mean, okay. Do you have things you want on the current banner that you don't have yet? For the past 3 months, my Persona is at minus 70% defense on there. Let us big side games for per party artifacts. That is so much micromanaging. No, I'm okay with artifacts. I want FA, but artifacts is fine. I should write that far 0 is put in the first slot. Yeah, I can put that in. Pretty fun team, I like it. Pretty fun team. Is that faster than Tefnut? 413? I don't know. What's Tefnut? Not optimized, by the way. Just swapped out a character is all I did. Let's see. So speaking of skills, does element ignore effect on Hexa work on skill nukes? Like your regular skill nukes? I don't know. I don't think anyone's tested that. How can I make this better? I think our characters are fine. If there was a good gun class, then maybe we could do Hrsvelga all the way, but... we could technically take out Ogi too, I guess. I think things are going to get a lot tougher if we do. If I were to fully transcend Lucy or Baha, which is better? Lucy for full auto, Baha for places where you need Baha, which is rare, but it is nice when it's there. If you're more of a full auto gamer, it would be Lucy. Who did this playlist? This is just a song radio at the moment. I have FOMO on seasonal banners. Do you pull on certain banners and skip others? Yeah. I mean, that's the only way you can do it unless you whale. I think things like that is why picking an element that you want to focus on is sort of useful, because you just pull on banners that have your element and then it becomes much easier to decide. And at the end of the day, Granblue is a gacha game, so unless you are whaling, you realistically just can't have everything. I'm very close to break. I mean, break doesn't matter anymore, right? How many pulls are you on in the current banner? You're at 30 pulls in the current banner. Do you have one Octavia already? And is your goal 2? Or are you okay with 1? Like, are you Primal Varuna and you want 2? I already did my Belma Folk. No. You want to know Octavia yet, and you're 30. I think you just take the big discount now, because next banner is unlikely to get 2. This banner you're much more likely to get 2. I think the only things that skew the results a bit, or your outcome a little bit, is if you want to spark on Legend as well, and you don't have many pulls. But currently your discount on this banner is about the same as next banner, if you didn't get the 100 pulls. But since you did get the 100 pulls, next banner is obviously a hugely discounted spark, but you want 2 copies. If you want 2 copies, now is better. But if you are not worried about 2, then next banners, obviously taking the bigger discount is nicer. So summer characters are gone after this upcoming banner till Legfest. Nope, they're in this. They're still in the banner. You just can't spark them on 6%. So on the next banner, you can still roll them. They're just not sparkable. Does getting 2 Octavias change what I want to focus on as a new player? Absolutely not. As a new player, if you see a gacha weapon, just ignore it. Pretend it doesn't exist. Yep, as a new player, you should be focused on getting the first copy of characters and not worrying about the second copy of anything. Is running 1 fine, or is it better to have 2 in grids? So currently the weapon seems to be more of a Hrisvelga focus pick for burst. And this is because in these teams you're not often running Hasselia, and you want to run Extremity Opus. But if you're running Mana Diver teams where you are using Falsehood, then the weapon isn't that important, and same with any sort of Hasselia full auto. And this is because Hasselia provides 40% echo, right? Which is already pretty good. So ultimately 2 is quite good for burst, normal attack, focus like Hrisvelga grids. Let's try optimize this a little bit. Let's see. See, a lot of people check the Susia gauge by clicking on something in Chrome. So there is a bookmarklet, but honestly, you don't need it anymore. Because the bar updates in real time. Most people using it is because we didn't have that at the start. And they're just used to using it. And you might be watching old showcases before that was a thing in the first place. If you still wanted its Inversky's raid sheet, yeah. I don't have a link to that though. If you have it, feel free to drop it. But yeah, I think it's completely unnecessary now. Why did I even have Baja here? I think it's a little silly that it launched without the things. Yeah, I agree. This is a noob question, but I've seen V2 solos that play as guard or characters. Yeah, what Cajun said, you click and hold a guard button. The game never teaches you that, so it's not like, don't feel bad about asking it. It's sort of ridiculous that I don't think the game teaches you. A single SSR and 100 pulls, yeah. Gacha is gacha. Never realized shrimp give a lot of crystals. Yeah, it does. Shrimp is a lot. You farmed 2 days non-stop and you didn't get a single one. The farming M3s takes a while. You're not gonna get there like immediately. Take your time. Be nice if we could get a bit of dispel cancel more consistently. Is there a wiki page for draw animations? Nah, there isn't. Not that I know of. You're not using Octavia weapon? No, because Harcelia also provides side A echoes, and Harcelia's is bigger. And we don't need the multi-attack. I need more Sunstones. I accidentally used the last one to uncap the Justice card instead of trading for the World card. I'll be honest, I don't remember the difference. But wouldn't you need to do the Justice one anyways? Cloud commendations are mainly for Sunstones and cores. Pretty much never use them for earrings. The small ones should only ever trade into the big ones, cloud commendations, and then cloud commendations should only be used on sunlight stones and bars. And there is the sunlight stones and rings. Sorry, let me take that back. Sunlight stones and rings, and then there is the Ultima core as well. So yeah, which I've already bought, as you can see. There's Ultima core, yeah. Ultima core is good. But I will say, on the note of Ultima cores, technically, like, if you farm destroyers, you don't end up using Ultima weapons very much anymore. So that is something to maybe consider. I tried to recruit Maria. Yeah, wouldn't you have to uncap your Justice card at some point anyways? I might be missing something, sorry. It's been a while since I've unlocked Evokers. Did I spark? No, I didn't spark. We got lucky on the roulette. sack? We did sack. Sacked in a way I didn't think we would as well. It's the second before the last step. You have to fully forge the Arcarum summon to 5-star. And don't you need to make it 4-star? And to make it 4-star, you need to use a Sunstone, right? I think you're misunderstanding something, DT. You don't need a world card. Like, you actually did the right thing here. Yeah, like Cajun said, the world cards are for 4th skills. Maybe I'm... Yeah, you need the respective. No, I need the world card for 4th skill Hacelia, right? Oh, okay. Well, I see. I didn't understand. Okay. Well, yeah. If you were trying to get Hacelia, then yes, getting Justice was indeed the wrong thing. Sorry. Yeah, I was missing context. Yeah, I thought you were trying to recruit Maria. Hey, can anyone dispel this Lumi? Sure. Sure. Wait, wrong skill. Chomp. Chomp. And there we go, good luck. Hacelia is moon. Hacelia is moon. Kenija says, wait, so a question about the boost on the party screen. Is the boost number for every different type of buff given from weapons only? This button? Yeah, this is all from your weapons. Weapons and, it's weird because, like, this part is weapons, but the top part is not necessarily just weapons. It's your summons as well, but yeah. But this bit where it says weapon skill bonus, this is all from your weapons. Do I have a question? As you know, Dopus Key often conflicts between Stamina and Echo. Since there's Magna Primal, which one should I equip Stamina mostly for FA? And which one should I use Echo for Burst? If you want to optimize your Burst, then you put the Echo on your Burst. But how I did it mostly was I would put Stamina on my Magna and then swap to Echo for Guild War if I needed to. Otherwise, if it was just for random farming things, I would put Echo on my Primal and then just leave it there and use it whenever I needed it. Like, for example, right now I have Primal Echo on my Dark, which I use for whenever I need it. How did roulette go? Today, very well. Hello, Ella. Welcome, welcome. What else did I get with Octavia? Like 2 moons. Which weapon should I get? Antaeus or Effie? Ideally both, but Antaeus is higher priority. Any passives rely on buffs gained during the fight are not reflected, but any permanent passives are reflected, yeah. Are there any days where everyone gets the same pull amount? Yep, tomorrow. Tomorrow everybody gets 100. Everybody gets 100 tomorrow. Even scratches? No, scratches are not. I haven't done my scratcher now that I think about it, but no, scratcher. Oh, wait, on the last day of scratches, everybody gets a special reward. We don't know what the special reward is, but it's most likely a sunstone. You're gonna spark Octavia tomorrow? You should wait until the last day of the banner if you're sparking on Flash Part 2. So not tomorrow, but the day after. Blue on a 7-stream streak. 3 Bubs, 1 Genesis, 1 Vaselia, 1 Hexa are good. Yes. Not in that order, but yes. You put the Far first. I think the rest of the order doesn't matter too much, except to Subby at the end. Is it worth going for another spark if I'm new? I have 80 pulls saved, I can probably farm more. So you've already sparked on Flash, right? I would rather spend... If I were you, I would rather save that for Legend at the end of the month. You have like a chance to pull Zodiacs and stuff there. It has a high damage cap too. No, it's cap. It's not sub. It's cap. It's like, what is it, 50 or 40? Thank you so much. I also want to know what package promotions you'd recommend I spend my money on. Let me look up the names properly. Birthday Step Up Special. Mhm. Did I forget one chat? Birthday step up special, 12th birthday draw set, special power up pack with SSR 10 part draw. I think that's it, right? The new Skyfarer step up special is good too, but it comes back every month. Max enjoy, yeah. I just found out I'm farming the wrong raid instead of Omega Impossible for advanced grid water daggers. You should check where the weapons are from before you farm them, yeah. That's unfortunate. A learning experience. I got a free spark. Is she worth to pick, or should I get Yukata Eustace? Who is she? Who is she? If you mean Octavia, I think she is a better character than Eustace, but Eustace is harder to get. Do you have a beginner's guide on how to get stronger and where to farm EMP and Mastery overall account strength progress? Not really, but all of what you just said just comes down to playing the game, really. Farming EMP is just from getting experience, which you get by playing the game. Mastery nodes, there's no guide, but I promise you it's not as complicated as it looks, and if you can always change the nodes there. So yeah, it's not too big of a deal. Honestly, the biggest account progression you can make is farming your weapon grids. So finishing Sierra's Academy and then working on your M3 raids. Is Lyria technically time limited? Yep, she is. Dear new players, please don't get into GBF unless you want another minimum wage work experience. Chat, I get to do it again. I get to do it again. Oh. Click. Next. Is this game on mobile? If so, how do I find it? Because no, I don't know anything about it, but it makes me want to play. The game is on Steam, and you can also access it via browser on steam.grandbluefantasy.com. What's the link? What's the article? Hi DY, I saw in the wiki that Beelzebub gives trance. What does it do? It will say on the thing itself, actually. So if we go to the wiki, we search Beelzebub. Why do I recommend Steam? because I think minus the collab missing, I think Steam is overall better. Can I log in with Mobage on the web Steam page? No. Mobage is currently browser only. Anyways, trance here. Trance gives the following effects right there. Oftentimes, if you don't know what it means, you can scroll down and then it will say in the gameplay notes. Is it Steam more expensive? Like $1? And it's only more expensive because the yen is so weak at the moment. Which, you know, I don't know enough about world economics to predict how that will change in the future. But yeah. And depending on your region, I've been told that it's actually cheaper on Steam. The tales of Steam's prices have been greatly exaggerated, is what I will say. Ultimately, I think recommending Steam causes far less headaches is the other thing too. Like, put it this way, when I first made my beginner's guide on YouTube, my first ever one, right? When I first made this one, it's sort of ridiculous, right? Think about how ridiculous it is that I have to dedicate 2 minutes of this 17-minute video on how to fucking make an account. Just think about that for a moment, chat room. In 2026, the fact that I need to make a tutorial on how to make an account, is that not ridiculous? So yeah, I think Steam's better. I think Steam's better because you don't need to deal with that, and you will have less issue trying to spend money on the game if you want to. You also currently have the option of playing on browser or on the client, which is also good. You have lower ping for menuing, which is very, very nice. And the only downside right now is that you can't access some permanently available collabs like Code Geass and the Tales of series, which I think are very minor losses unless you are really, really, really big Code Geass fans or Tales of fans. Not being able to see old collabs means nothing because they don't rerun collabs. So yeah. Isn't that a language issue? It is partially a language issue, but yeah, it is still an issue. It doesn't change the fact that it's an issue. I'm in an English-speaking community. I need a tutorial on how to log into a browser with Mobage. The option's gone. You're on the wrong website. You have to go to game.granbluefantasy.jp. That's where you go. If you go, I don't know how you went to Granblue usually, but it seems like a lot of the main way people got to it is through clicking like on the website or something, and that takes you to Steam by default. My Sparks won't carry to Flash Part 2, right? That is correct. They do not carry over. Yeah, the collab thing is really a nothing burger at the moment. It really, the only reason it sucks is if you really like the franchise and you wanted to see it in Granblue. I.e. you actually care about the collab. And as of right now, we don't actually know if future collabs will have this issue, but like I've mentioned before, I think Cygames would be batshit insane if they didn't make FMA available on Steam. And I think all of you would agree with me. So in my mind, there is no way they would do that. Like they would have sorted this out is what I'm trying to say. Should I spark? My cerulean sparks are 120. I have 1 Octavia. If you're a new player, then no. What do people use gold moons on? People use gold moons on either illustrious weapons or Sierra's weapons, or in my case, you never use them until you actually need them. But yeah. Where are you from? SA. What does that even mean? You watch Wolfie too, let's go. I do watch Wolfie. There we go. Mont. It isn't up to Cygames though. It's up to the collab owner. We'll learn how it goes. No, I agree with you, JC. Well, oh, wait. Firstly, it is up to Cygames too. And what I mean by that is that they're the ones announcing the collab. So it is up to them, because if it wasn't available worldwide, I would say they should have delayed the Steam release. I would imagine that they would have worked out global licensing with whoever holds FMA's rights. I would hope that they would have done that before announcing it, alongside the global release of Granblue. So I would be incredibly disappointed in them if Steam does not get FMA. Like, they would be literally shooting themselves in the foot. Where's the best nodes to farm Evoker uncapped mats? Depends on what you need, but Sandbox Here Be Swords or Here Be Swords or Zone Mundus is generally the place to go. Does Flash Part 2 have different rate up for Garion characters, or is it the same as Part 1? It will be... Pretty much all the Garion characters will have a slightly higher chance than regular permanent characters. Question about mastery skills. Should I be focusing on more offensive ones or more defensive ones? So you can actually check on the wiki. So let's say you got Chaos Ruler. Let's pretend you unlocked Chaos Ruler. On the EMP skills, you can have a look and see which ones, what their rating is. Low, 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 high, medium, low. Yeah. So things like that. This is only available for class 4 and up though. I think row 3 I maybe did. No, I did do row 3 as well. It looks like. Did I do it for all row 3s? Let me see. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, check on the class page. Looks like I already did it. It was so long ago, I forgot. Having trouble choosing between Octavia or Baija? Pick one. There's really not much to say there. They're both good characters. One is for normal attack teams in Mortar and one's for charge attack teams in Earth. I need your help to pick on Cerulean Spark. Should I pick third copy of Yatima, third copy of Clam, or second copy of Sylvia for future use of HL? I don't have any destroyer weapons. All three. Okay, so I wouldn't pick third copy of Clam, number 1. Third copy of Yatima is quite niche. Second copy of Sylvia is decent for HL, Water. So out of those 3, I would say Sylvia weapon, especially because you said HL. And I assume when you say HL, you mean like Hexa Zero Vesusia. Oh, okay, I would just always unlock all of them. I mean, you should unlock all of them. It's more that if you are short on EMPs and you don't know what to get, then you can consult the wiki. I have all of them. Eventually, you're going to want all of them. Can I explain artifacts? The items that drop from raids, they drop with an element and a weapon type. And you can only equip them on characters that are that weapon or element type. And then they have 4 randomized stats. The top 2 lines are from a certain pool of stats. The 3rd line is from a certain pool of stats. And the 4th line is from a certain pool of stats. And when you level them up, the upgrade value is... what is upgraded is random. Check on the wiki for further details. But it's another min-maxing feature for your characters, like rings. It's just that they drop from raids. I just finished Seeds of Redemption. I saw that there are characters as a new player. Is there certain characters to prioritize? And another question is, can we unlock all of them or just one? From Seeds of Redemption, you can only unlock 1 Eternal. But in the future, you will be able to unlock every single one of them. I have all of them. So pretty much this is not that page. So you can unlock all of them eventually. But yeah, from seeds, you get 1 of them for free. So what I would do, I'll link you this. But under rating by uncap, you can sort by level 80 because that's what the character will be at. And then if you want a meta analysis, then you can sort of look at this. But ultimately, you can sort of pick whichever character you like best. Most of these Eternals get significantly better the more you upgrade them. Hi DY, I'm a water player trying to get Svelga, though of course I will wait for Transcendence. I want to farm the bullets. I was wondering what bullets I should focus on, like how many Bubs or Belial. Most invested players will have 3 Bubs and 3 Belial to swap between depending on the situation. As for the HR bullets, you need 1 Far Zero, 1 Hexa, and 1 Sub HR. I'm getting ready to do Vesusia, and I was curious if there was any sort of etiquette I should know about when hosting or joining. I've glanced at other cult rooms and they put extra text that I haven't seen in far. But it might have looked like a house and had a 4 or 5. As well as I've heard people say you need to ask for Alexial Cross. I didn't know there was a universal way that people communicate that through quick chats and stickers. Any sort of etiquette? I think just waiting at 50% Genesis bar or 6 OK stickers. Oh, the uncapped stage. As for it's people asking for those with 4-star or 5-star. Uncap of the weapon. Basically, they're looking for people who have already done the raid before. There's no way for them to actually check or enforce this, obviously, but yeah, people do it. Don't mash while Halo mandate is up. Yeah, that's true. Hello, Raya. make sure to not take turns while any mandates or halos are up too. Otherwise, you push the Genesis bar up much quicker. As for asking for Alex, you can use the Phalanx please sticker, text sticker, and usually people will chuck up the, is it Alexalo? I forget what it is. Go bro. No, I'm talking about what the sticker says, chat. Godswan Alexalo, thank you, that one. I had hella stream delay and now in an ad. I'm sorry if I'm behind. No, it's all good. Answer. What is the best way to spend for Sologia pages? Honestly, on whatever you need. I do think that some of the, what is it, the uncapped ones? Do you think that some of the stuff under handy sets to forge and upgrade weapons is a little overpriced? But at the end of the day, you might find it useful to spend it. Might find it useful to spend it on the uncapped sets that give quartz. That is a bit of a gate early on. Do I play Shadowverse? I used to. What's the best way to spend cerulean stones? Once again, it's on things you need. People generally save it for the island mets. So, but you know, these are only from the gacha, so you do have to be a little bit careful, I guess. But yeah, people generally save it for the island mats, wherever those are. Yeah, these ones. Just because these are sort of annoying to farm. But you know, everything here you can farm. As you can see, I have 9,000 cerulean stones, so it's, yeah. Hi, you're watching for the first time, welcome. Hey, I just want to make sure, but a roulette break should transfer over to the next banner later. If you have roulette pools, you can always use them as long as the 24-hour period has not passed yet. Can anyone help a poor soul with Leviathan Mare? Chat room, there's the code. Someone needs help in Levi. Kenija needs help. Alright, let's see. What's the best Varuna setup for Vesusia without Destroyer weapon done? I have all the characters except Octavia. I did a bit of research. Where's Nico? Nico, Tender. Where are our water players? I need to know this too. Honestly, I think it's just gonna be the teams there though. Like that's literally a twiring run though. This one. Room didn't clear, but you did not die. That's a win in your books. Very nice. Good experience. Grid 2 doesn't have Destroyer, yeah. I did a bit of research myself, but it's harder to find a default stable setup than variations of it. An FO entry Magna setup. It sounds sort of stinky, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, sure, I'll take a look. Doing the 150 hits part of the entry omen is pretty hard without Destroyer Weapon. I mean, Destroyer Weapon's gonna make it a little faster. You just take an extra turn. Like, we all... Everybody who farms the raid for Susia has gone through a period where we didn't have Destroyer Weapons. Trying to spark Gala, you got 4 things so far. Oh, I see. Better do it fast, you have 4 hours left. That is not correct. You have 5 hours and 20 minutes. This one. Oh, this is Trans one. Okay. Yeah, no, I haven't watched this actually. I don't know, it's by Tran, so he probably knows what he's doing. I trust Tran. What on earth is that? Okay, I will say I love Tran, but these old school Grand Blue players have got to get rid of these flowcharts. It doesn't help. It's never been a great way to look at information. Infographic is scary. It doesn't help. It's just way too much shit. This team doesn't sack at 50. Chat, I don't have 20 minutes to go through this properly. Is anybody familiar with Water who has actually watched this? And can they vouch for it? You have to watch the Water rant. I don't think I have to, no. I've actually heard people say that the timeline style was better for them. Yeah, maybe. I mean, people understand material in different ways. I see this and I don't understand. But that's me. I also don't like how the fucking text doesn't line up. Did you miss a spark? Nope. Chat, if I'm sparking, it's always going to be in the title and other places. Okay. So nobody can vouch for this. Vesusia is already a really hard raid to explain linearly. Is it? I actually think it's one of the easiest ones. Because there's less random elements. Because it's just two different mechanics, which is the HP and then the Genesis bar. Red blue is just red and yellow sword though, from far, right? I get like I know the red and the yellow things actually do stuff, but at the end of the day it's just like I know what you mean, but like I sort of think it's the same as like having red or yellow phase. Sword phase in far. But there's like 5 mini mechanics. Yeah. This is probably a fireplayer issue, I'm not gonna lie, because I know that red and blue has mechanics, but the only one I care about is the one that extends my skill cooldowns or whatever it is. No, it's a very element specific problem, Cajun. But like you definitely notice the thing. It has the Dominion condition, yes, it also does do that. Yeah, what Cajun just mentioned. But yeah, that part I feel like is very just fast sword. Is Nami Robin a flex unit to have, or do they have a use? Not, they don't really have a meaningful use anyway. It's just a fun character to use if you like One Piece. Can't really answer too well because looking on the page, fair amount of resources there, so I think it's on you to sort of test and see how they go. It's okay if you hit counts. I think red blue is the weakest part of Associate, but it's just fast swords. Yeah, that's the way I think of it. The way I consider it is it's just fast swords. HP gauntlets being in the middle of phases is also annoying to me. Yeah, but it's very easy to understand, right? I don't know if me moving is detrimental. Take turns, it's fine. How much of a boost is Halloween Vardra in Magna Light versus grabbing Christmas Shalem in Primal Earth Ogi? I'm stuck between the two. I do have more stuff for Shalem, while Light is just the usual M3. If the individual Hunglong and Kitten raids disable all weapon skills and summon auras, is there a way to burst in those raids? Charge attacking is usually pretty good. Far you think is easy as a linear roller coaster? I need to write the guide page, the abbreviated guide page. But I think I'll have an easier time with Vesusia than Far. Is there multiple orchids? Yes. Have you forgot the lore? Yes. For Vesusia. Because of the two separate pacing mechanics, it feels harder. Next Subtix is May. We pretty much have a Subtix whenever there's a collab, and next collab is May, so yeah. Is it possible to have two breaks at the same time? I spun my wheel, got 30, and then my bar depleted it, and then it got me another wheel spin, which gave me another break. Yep. Yeah, what you got is break extension. You can save those for the next banner, yeah, like you're currently doing. I think it's fine if you don't use Destroyer Weapon and use like Monkey Vardra Sylvia. Isn't there one during Guild War? No. Mm-hmm. Golden Week does. I think Golden Week usually has one, yeah. So to explain Tuglo, you know how there's the break bar? If you deplete that bar, you get break no matter what. But that is added on top of what you already got. So what happened today is you got 30 pulls and you depleted the bar. By depleting the bar, you got break. Right? And then from there, it's just normal. You can get break, and then after break, you can get break extension. If you roll onto break, then it depletes the bar. So you don't get any additional pulls. So what you got was a very good outcome, basically. Any planned artifact guides? No. No. Just think about how many characters there are in the game and how feasible this sort of thing is. The best you can sort of do is just explain the system, but that's already done on the wiki, at which point I'm just reading the wiki page. And I don't think that's a very helpful video. Because I think what people want from an artifact guide is what to put on their characters, right? But think about how many characters there are. Inevitably, if I make a guide like that, it's going to be just, hey, what do I put on this character in the comments? But the character's just different for every single comment. Despite me saying, hey, look at what the character does and what type of damage would they want. The fact is that Granblue is a very complicated game. Like, look at Sanshida right now. She does a lot of charge attacks, but she also does a bunch of skill damage. People are going to be like, which one's better? And the true answer here is I don't actually know. The thing to do is just test and see which one is better. So yeah, no. I don't think an artifact guide would be helpful. I'll go sleep. Congrats on Octavia. Bye, Pedro. One sec, chat. I need to pause. I need to listen to something real fast. Alright, scuffs the audio. But we'll have to do that, I guess. There was some copyright thing found in, like, you know, in the anniversary stream video chat. I put the clip of my old scratcher thing, and it's like YouTube's like, copyright. So yeah. So yeah. Fortunately, I can be like, erase the song. It scuffs my voice audio, but Mhm. Mhm. All right, let me see. I do have an important artifact question. How do artifacts work with Lyria, since she's all elements? Yep, what Captain said. Is one bride weapon serviceable? Is one bride weapon serviceable? I mean, it's a big difference than two brides, especially on her Svelga teams. But if you only have one, there's not much you can do, right? But there are very specific artifact setups for some meta characters. Things like Wham Discount would be helpful since people are nearing artifact inventory limit and need to reduce. I'm pretty sure those are pretty accurate, by the way. Yep, that's the number one thing there. Number one thing there. But hopefully you can understand that this is a massive undertaking. Especially when artifacts will change depending on the team. It's not like you only use one as well. HP there. Supplemental normal attack there. Right? Like, yeah, sure, you won't know why things are being used, but hopefully you're at the point where you can read the character skills and understand which of these is important. HP she needs, supplemental normal attack she needs. And then when switching to a main ally, that looks sort of useless, right? Is that a Grand good in a team with Percival Grand? Yep. And to be frank, you're not going to have artifacts with all stats anyways. Hello, Cruz. There's a free Far HL chat if you guys need. I just finished my series. What's the next thing you should do? Oh, congratulations on finishing series. Your next step really is to start unlocking the rest of the classes that you haven't unlocked, right? So have a look at your class list, see what you haven't unlocked in row 4s and 5s. So start doing that. You can start working on your M3 raids. M3 is this specific tier of raids. Each of these weapons, each of these raids drop weapons that are really, really useful, and they will be upgrades to whatever's currently in your grid. So that's something else you can do. And then another thing you can do is start working on some Eternals or Evoker characters. Sierra's Academy would have given you an introduction into Eternals. And then Evokers are something you get from Arcarum as well. Should I spend my Sunstones on my Hanged Arcana? Yeah. Hanged Man is one of the most important summons for Earth, and you're going to eventually want to uncap it. And it requires a Sunstone when you upgrade it from SR to SSR, so yes, you should do that. You got Octavia? Yep, Roulette was kind. How much echo is Hasalia? 40%. If you're running a Hasalia full auto, it's sort of hard to justify Octavia weapon. Especially because Hasalia comes with other things, not just 40% echo. You've yet to get a new character this anniversary. Oh. Hopefully by the end of the month. Want to try her Svelga main for Colo. Yeah, give it a try. Let me know how it goes. I'm curious too. I think the main tricky part is Colo stacks are annoying. You want to lull them and you got to get above 2 mil somehow. But maybe your orders just hit high enough. Nia is one of the evokers, yes. I have her but forgot where I got her. Yeah, she's one of the evokers. So you either got her from a free evoker, like event, or you farmed her, I guess. Good afternoon. Hello, Hydrocell. Welcome, welcome. And they make a unit with 4 skills that's easy to sack in an Earth team. It's very rare when you do need that, but yeah, would be nice, I suppose. Razio being Razio. Another free far. I'd even join them again. So on the raid screen, in the enter ID section, you would put the code here. But to join you for this raid, you need to be rank 170 or higher. And in this case, the raid is full with 6 out of 6 people, as you can see here. So in this case, you can't join anymore. Hello, Jim Bubble. The Levy M3 does not want to drop the dagger. It'll take time, chat. Patience in Grand Blue. If you're expecting to sit down in one session and then get all the weapons in like 1 hour, that's not going to happen. What would you do on a horse artifact? Supplemental CA, CA cap, or special CA cap? Or is it going to depend on the group? I would say it depends on the other stats, but I would take either the sub CA or the CA cap. between the options you gave me. I'm here to vent. I did not roll an Octavia. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but, you know. You did the mathematically correct choice. There's nothing else you could have done, right? There's nothing else you could have done. I reached 300 ceruleans where I can spark one of the 3 characters. Someone mentioned if you click use spark, you can kind of hold on to it for a little. Is that true? Well, you don't need to click use spark, but if you've spent 300 pulls and your draw screen has use cerulean sparks, a big blue button here, right? If it says that, then you don't have to pick right now. You can pick at any point in the future. However, it will prevent you from pulling more in the gacha. So you have to, if you don't want to waste tomorrow's pulls or any future pulls, you have to decide now. Well, not now, but you have to decide before tomorrow's roulette, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Let me know if I need to explain. Yeah, you can hold it forever, like Captain said. You just can't pull anymore, which is an issue with it being roulette. Who's sparkable on part 2? All the Flash Gala Grands. What were those red skills on the Berserker class? They're from Ultimate Mastery. I think that's what you're talking about. This one? These are from a system called Ultimate Mastery. You can read about it on the Berserker page. Crazy how seed farming becomes fun once you come back from mana to farming. Ultimate Mastery takes a while, yeah. It's not something that will happen quickly. Is there a general guide on the wiki for when to take the plunge into Primal? Yep, advanced grids. Advanced grids found on the left sidebar here will say transitioning to an Optimus Primal grid. So you can have a read of this section, and then you can take a look on the Primal pages itself to see what weapons you might need. There's a description for every weapon. We have an overview of each weapon, like a table that you can quickly glance. And then each of these tables will have more descriptions as well, if you want a bit more in-depth information. Does anyone have a link for the recommended antics? I can't find the page. Yeah, I got you. If Boogeyman MC has into hiding and it's subbing for Lyria, does MC still take the damage? Great question. I don't know how that works in the order of operations. Logically, I think what would happen is that anything gets directed to Lyria, MC still takes. It's more that MC gets targeted less because that will get targeted to other party members. So I think in the end it will sort of balance out. But I'm not sure. You'll have to actually test. On that topic, should I be using Damascus to uncap grand weapons like Octavia? I think you're a relatively new player, right, Hydro? You should be ignoring the existence of gacha weapons. So the answer is no, you should not be. Gacha weapons are worse than farmable things 90% of the time. 95%, 99% of the time. Just ignore they exist. You will be led astray if you start thinking about how to invest into gacha pieces. And if you see other people suggesting otherwise, please chime in and say, hey, I don't think gacha weapons is something we should be considering. Or let other new players know that gacha weapons is something you shouldn't be considering at all at the moment. There will inevitably be some things, some weapons that are the exception, right? But as a new player, that's not something you have to concern yourself with. Like, I'll ask you guys, as new players, did you guys struggle through any part of the story? Like the main story quest? When Sears asked you to do something, did you have difficulty with any of that stuff? Do I have a recommendation for Zodiac pick? I have a video. Not at all, right? Yeah. You don't need the power. It's not like, let's pretend gacha weapons were, let's hypothetically say that they were like way better. Like they gave you twice as much damage or something, right? The truth of the matter is that you don't even need it, right? So Granblue already has so many things that you need to think about. I think it's way more beneficial to just focus on the things that the game actually tells you to focus on and leave things like gacha weapons and all this other nonsense for the future when you've understood the game systems a little bit more. Fighting Grandma to uncap was hard, yeah. The trick to Grandma, by the way, chat, if you guys haven't reached Grandma, is using a friend Grimnir summon. Using a friend Grimnir summon or using light or dark. Actually, there's a couple different grandmas. I don't know which grandma we're talking about, but for the classes, you want to do what I said. Maybe for rank uncap, it's a little different. I'm struggling to clear level 115. You don't even need to clear level 115. As a new player, you should be farming one of the lower levels like 80 and killing it faster. Hi, is there a way to see Regalia quest skip progress? When you go to it, it doesn't say? Like when you click on it, it says... I thought there was something that pops up that says, hey, to skip this, you need to do blah, blah, blah. Or is it here? It doesn't? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, there will be a trophy, but then you have to know what the trophy is. So there is a roundabout way, I guess. But no easy way, I guess. It seems. It doesn't show you how many times you've cleared it. Oh, okay. I see, I see. All right, chat room. I do need to leave for today. I need to go teach. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow. If you guys are sparking tonight before the banner goes live, or the second banner goes live, I wish you the best of luck. Hope you guys enjoyed. We will be raiding tech. When you guys drop in, say hi, okay? Say hi, okay? Anyways, thank you so much for watching. I'll catch you guys later. See you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. JST. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. I'll work on the class video tonight, by the way, for YouTube. So maybe we'll go live tonight. Maybe we'll go live tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on how much work I get done. Catch you guys later. Goodbye.